It makes perfect sense. We get the race underway, just a fraction past kilometre zero, and Lennart van Eerdvelt is the first rider to attack in the company of Igan Garcia Cortina of Movistar. Bardiani also in the move, Alpecin Premier Tech. There's a lot of interest in trying to get in today's breakaway. XDS Astana as well, launching off the front, and Polti Visit Malta too.
Immediately is Alberto Bettiol in third wheel, Bardiani launching again another attack with Filippo Turconi.
Haven't seen much of Bettiol yet in the Giro d'Italia, have we? And what an interesting ride that is. If Bettiol's good, and sometimes out of nowhere he just finds form that he hasn't shown, he would be perfectly suited to today's parcours.
He's not the most consistent rider, but when he does feel good,
yeah,
he's flying. As some more attacks coming in as
Garofoli.
Yes, and for Atherley, as was one of the indication he wanted to go in the breakaway.
Sete Rojas as well from Bardiani CSF 7 Zaver. So this is the counter-attack, trying to get across to the front. And Pinarello scrambling a rider across the gap, as well as NSN and Unibet Rose Rockets, Groupama FDJ United. So we've got at least 10, 12 teams trying to get in this move today. As you rightly predicted, it's going to be an intense battle to get in the day's break. And as Michael Valgren hinted, he wants this battle to go on for a long time, so that when the break goes, the general classification teams just think, I'll let them go.
Yep. As back in here for Pinarello, Q36 is
David Gonzalez,
the Spaniard. At the front is Simone Gualdi for Lotto Intermarché, Busato, a lot of Italians present.
Mattia Bais from Polti Visit Malta.
Busato really showing some grim on his face.
And there is Alberto Bettiol. He's the alpha male in that group. He's the real driving force in that group from XDS Astana. The first time we've really seen him active in this year's Giro d'Italia so far.
But another big group has emerged from the peloton. We haven't seen exactly the gap between the little bunch of 10, 12 riders from the peloton. Does it seem too far off?
Filippo Tocconi is the rider in the blue of Bardiani CSF. 6 riders in this group, counter-attack coming across. Lots of teams represented in that second group on the road. It's an unwieldy size, that group.
Yeah.
It's far too big, really, and they're being hunted down at the moment by the front of the peloton, where it's still active.
Still one line, larger group are forming at the back. We can see some more Groupama, FDJ United, Sudal, Pinarello.
Sobrero also trying to make a bit of progress. Matteo Sobrero just attacking from Lidl Trek, sweeping past the rider Johan Jakobshoov, the Swiss rider from Groupama FDJ United. So Sobrero's trying to, with one big effort here, get across to the Bettiol group at the front.
This little drag that the rider are into is going to finish roughly 148 kilometers to go. So in about 5 kilometers, then it's going to be a little bit more easier roads. A little rise, they're going to be about 500 meters, but then it's going to be much easier roads. But this is a good moment to create a breakaway. Netgear Company, Ineos appears at the back. Seems like Ben Turner also.
Busato coming to the front, Gualdi as well in the red of Lotto Intermarché, Bettiol. Very Italian look to it, that front group on this Marche Muri stage.
Still a lot of riders missing from the front of the race, so I don't think this is the final and breakaway of the day. As you see, every time they launch an attack at the back, they're getting closer. But the 5, they're working evenly.
Second group of the road just goes around that corner. There's a big third group here featuring Netcompany Ineos' Ben Turner. A couple of riders there from EF who totally missed it. Jefferson Cepeda trying to advance and make progress. Fabio van den Bosche of Sudal Quickstep is also just off the front of that big third group as we switch our attention to the very front of the race. And well, these 6 riders are already sharing the work, and they, I think, will be pretty confident that they're in a good position now for when this break goes, they'll be there. They were the first group to attack, and they're still off the front.
And the back is really like splitting apart as a new attack again from Garofoli. Jonas Jeans, or Jens, I don't know the pronunciation. I'm sorry for my Flemish. Jefferson Cepeda.
Yeah, we haven't seen Jonas Heijns much. I think that's roughly how you pronounce it, although our Dutch and Belgian crew in the truck will probably be laughing at my pronunciation, but Jonas Heijns from Alpecin Premier Tech is represented. Jefferson Cepeda then.
The parcours in the finale will suit him very well. Short bikes. They're not far as we were expecting. Andreas Leknesund also appears with the Norwegian national champion jersey.
Ben Turner's there from net company Ineos in that Cepeda group. Second group on the road now, making progress with Sjoerd Baks in the dark kit of Pinarello Q36.5. Turner hits the front, Leknesund. There's some real firepower in this chase group now, and they're making progress across to the front of the race. Should make contact here because there's 3 or 4 big riders trying to shut this gap down. But who are they bringing with them? How far behind is that peloton now? That's the second group we're looking at. 7 riders in that group. Sobrero working on the front.
But the
another group just goes clear of the front of the peloton. Still a long way from settling down this race.
Yeah, and by the result of all those attacks has taken down the breakaway. It seems like Magnus Sheffield, if I'm not mistaken, in there from Netgear.
Yeah.
Net company Ineos.
He's made it across too, so but he's who's he brought with us? Jonathan Narvaez has arrived in that second group as well. Chris Hamilton, the climber from Team Picnic Postanel Raisin.
Pinarello as well. And
Robert Stannard from Bahrain Victorious.
But Visma Leasebike decided this has to be shut down. But we're about to see a reconjunction of all the groups as Van den Bossche and Magnus Sheffield launch another attack to rejoin the front of the race. And they will succeed eventually, because they're not far. They already did the junction, but the speed is not anymore that fast as it was before for the 6 men that now became an 8th, as Chris Hamilton about to bring in the whole peloton back in the game.
So that first and very promising looking attack has been shut down. Ivan Garcia Cortina continuing to work on the front though. The American Magnus Sheffield on his wheel. Matteo Sobrero trying to keep it going, this group. Ivan Garcia Cortina, strong rider that he is, still believes that this is a break that can go clear. Jonathan Narvaez just latches onto that move.
The figures of Jan Christen appears also at the front. He's another rider that can really do good in such a parcours. But he'll give it a go again, another time.
Filippo Ganna then going after Alberto Bettiol. This is promising. Bettiol and Ganna. Ganna, look how strong he is. He's the perfect ally here for Alberto Bettiol, especially when he starts to move to the front and starts to work. Bettiol will have his work cut out just to hold the wheel of Filippo Ganna when he's going this hard. Yeah,
but the problem for Ganna is like he's riding so hard that he's taking nobody with him, and it's a moment now where they need somebody, because if they're going to stay up front with just 2 riders, they're going to burn themselves for what's coming next.
Look at the difference Filippo Ganna can make. It's insane, isn't it? But is it the right thing to do? That is an intimidating gap. You can see no riders trying to risk going across that gap on their own. Filippo Ganna could do with maybe just easing up a little bit and leaving that gap tempting. At the moment, it's too big and they're going away too fast.
Another move at the back with Pinarello Q36 and Unibet Rose Rockets. You can just see at the background of the duo up front. Also Team Picnic Postanel joining the counter-attack. It's a quite large gap for the duo up front. We're back. It's Wout Poels.
Wout Poels, first time we've seen him attacking. Mark Donovan going with him as well. Good climber from Pinarello Q36.5.
Again, Chris Hamilton and Mirko Maestri forming another group. Seems like again Sobrero or Ciccone himself.
Yeah, it's Giulio Ciccone. Big move then from Giulio Ciccone. Remember, he's a GC rider, and so as a result, he's got to do a really powerful ride here to try and get a gap, because he'll be marked by Visma Leasebike. You can see straight away the yellow jersey all over the front there, trying to make sure that Giulio Ciccone doesn't get clear. Ciccone drops back. Yeah,
and now he's been haunted down by Jake Stewart from NSN team, as Pinarello, I think, is setting up a good pace for Pinarello for launching an attack, while the duo up front continues their job. Another duo move clear, I think it's again Jake Stewart with, you can really see the jersey from here.
Ganna still motoring with Bettiol, those 2 riders sharing the work. Bettiol on the front just now. Here they go. 2 Italians, 2 outstanding champions from Italy as well. Filippo Ganna, of course, 7-time stage winner at the Giro d'Italia, 6 individual time trials, 1 regular road stage, Alberto Bettiol, the winner of one stage of the Giro d'Italia, and of course, going back a few years, the Tour of Flanders. Perfectly suited Alberto Bettiol on form to today's stage, and he has waited patiently in this year's Giro for his opportunity, and is determined, seemingly, to be in the break today.
Matis Mikkels, along with Aular on his wheel. There's the position De Vries, a duo from Uno-X, and here we go. Jonathan Milan want to rejoin Gunn up front.
Wow, well, that would be a powerful mix, wouldn't it, if Jonathan Milan gets across to the front?
But this time
is spotting the possibility there. And Paul Magnier this time reacts to Jonathan Milan. And that's a nightmare for Jonathan Milan. He's brought that on himself in a way. He's spurred Paul Magnier into action. Milan has to get along to... That might just neutralise these two and shut that down. They're marking each other now. The riders in first and second in the Maglia Ciclamino look at one another. Magnier signalled that this time he's not prepared to let Jonathan Milan get up the road.
And Arrieta goes on again, followed by Vlasov.
Alexander Vlasov as well. I think he's just on policing duty. He, much like the rider just on his wheel, Timo Kielich, is just making sure that no dangerous riders get up the road. Arrieta is considered, I think, by both to be a threat that they can't allow to go. And there's the pink jersey of Afonso Eulalio, and here is the 10-second time gap to Bettiol and Ganna, who are still committed at the front.
Now there is a little descent of roughly 1 kilometer before another 500-meter uphill, and then it's going to be time again for descent, and mainly flat road after this. The road itself is going to be a little bit more in favor, a little bit more easier to ride on than it was till now. The gap is still 9 seconds. Tight corner here on the left for the riders. As they rejoin the coastline, very soon they're going to be down there.
Pianella in the province of Pescara, still in Abruzzo. This is a scene as a couple of riders get that corner slightly wrong, just a very, very tight left-hander. Rider from Polti Visit Malta taking a long, long way round. A couple of Alpecin riders at the back who've, well, one in particular, Jonas Haynes, who's already been on the attack, rider with number 4 on his back in the blue kit of Alpecin Premier Tech. They've not grown their lead to much over 10 seconds. That's all that they've really had, Bettiol and Ganna. They don't want, they really ideally want more riders to come across, because just the two of them is a very tall order.
Yeah.
And Milan goes again. Now, where's Magnier? There he is, appearing on the left-hand side of the road. Milan's sprung a bit of a surprise, but Magnier this time, and for the second time, just shows that jersey up, which will be dispiriting for Jonathan Milan. He knows that Magnier this time is not prepared to let him just pick up those 12 points unopposed.
A little bit of moment of waiting and checking one each other at this point. Ciccone pretty much present up front. He's born at the town in Chieti where we started today's stage, but he won't be allowed to move clear. That's my guessing. Still too close in the GC, but it's a possible indicate too, in case the peloton will go for the victory and the GC contest will be called for go and try and slot the victory. It's possible for getting his first victory in this Giro d'Italia as a very punchy rider.
Oh, Filippo Ganna fueling up for the long haul now, and Alberto Bettiol, who's been patient so far in this year's Giro d'Italia. Hasn't really been involved in the lead-out particularly for his sprinter, Malacelli. Alberto Bettiol, certainly not at the very business end of the sprints. So he's been given a little bit of protection as one of their big leaders, and he's waited for this opportunity on stage 8 to really express himself.
It's a stage on the paper that suits him very well. Michael Wahlgren in there. Axel Hoons.
Sheffield as well on the march once more, with Magnier on his wheel. Jonathan Milan now forced to react. So Magnier turning table on Jonathan Milan. He's the rider now who is trying to snaffle himself into a group off the front, and Jonathan Milan has to mark Magnier. So it's a reversal of how they started off today, those two sprinters.
Now the leads of Bettiol and Ganna is about 30 seconds. It's a quite big one. They know they just have to pace themselves while they wait. Somebody has to leave the peloton. and possibly rejoining them as Axel Huns goes again, followed by
Sean Flynn and Magnus Sheffield, Michael Valgren and Hartijs de Vries.
Pinarello.
Mirko Maestri goes again, and EF Education Easy Post have got another iron in the fire there with Darren Rafferty, the aggressive Irish rider. There are the two sprinters, Manier and Milan, a little bit further back.
They're going to be checking on one another.
Well, we've had around about 12 kilometres of attacking, and still no sense that the peloton is calming down and letting it go. There's just two riders off the front at the moment, Bettiol and Ganna. They've built up a 23-second lead, and there's a solo counter-attack on the descent now. Don't know who it's from, but a rider's just gone clear at the front of the bunch.
It's just two little group up front, and I think a lot of teams, as we pointed out, just 4 teams were able to win so far. So I think it's going to be very likely that the attack's going to go on and on for a long time.
8 stage wins at the Giro between them, these two. 7 to Ganna, 1 to Bettiol. Alberto Bettiol can be quiet for prolonged periods of seasons or even entire seasons, and then suddenly he'll pick his moment and he'll turn up at a big race day and do something utterly extraordinary. There's the solo attacker, and it was Magnus Sheffield on the descent who's got himself a little bit of a gap now, the American. Now, Filippo Ganna will be made aware that Sheffield is coming across, and that might mean that Ganna just eases up a little bit to allow Sheffield across to him.
I think that's the move, probably, or the idea from Net Company, Ineos. They want to have a couple of riders up front, and Magnus Sheffield is, yeah, on a terrain like today, is definitely one of the favorites if he can manage himself to be in the breakout. Probably spending too much at this point. He should be better, you know, staying on the wheel, because eventually a group will be formed. But he decided to move clear.
See, Ganna stopped riding, or let's just watch to see how committed he is, whether he does a turn on the front. Shouldn't do, really. He's on the radio, he's getting the message. I think he's aware that Sheffield is coming. Can he see him? Around that corner in the back. A couple of motorbikes come around the corner. Straighter section of road. Where's Sheffield? Still a long way. There he comes now, and Ganna has got the message, or is being given the message. Magnus Sheffield obviously is still a very young rider, but very similar in his characteristics and potential to Alberto Bettiol, I would suggest. They're cut from the same cloth, those two.
Yeah. Stebek is, again, I think it's either Busato or Jansen Plowright on the attack.
Slightly smaller figure. I think it is Busato, isn't it?
Might be Plowright.
Vegalito. So 2 up attack from Alpecin Premier Tech. Polti Visit Malta rider gets onto the wheels. Sheffield is still in between the front of that group, but he's coming back to the peloton. So Sheffield hasn't been able to get across to Filippo Ganna and Alberto Bettiol by the looks of it. Hasn't worked this time, and he's burnt a lot of matches there, Magnus Sheffield, as you pointed out. Whether or not he'll be able to recover and go again, he's just made it that bit harder for himself now, Sheffield, with that solo attempt to get across. Alpecin Premier Tech, I mean, that's a smart thing to do, isn't it? To put 2 riders to work on the group, in the group.
Yeah, it's Jansen Plowright, Luca Vergallito. Then we see Jonathan Milan and Paul Manier marking each other again.
The 1-2.
There is, I think it's Igor Arieta again for UAE Team Emirates. Yes, indeed. And for Movistar is Lorenzo Milesi.
He's had a very good Giro so far. Filippo Magli from Bardiani CSF.
There's a little group forming in here.
Good group.
Jan Christen trying to rejoin. I see how all over the place are all the riders.
Too many riders off the front here. The big GC teams will have to react. There's a group of probably 20, 25 riders now trying to attack to get across to Filippo Ganna and Alberto Bettiol. Has Ganna stopped riding here, or will he come through? Seems as if Bettiol's been doing most of the work over the last couple of kilometres since Ganna got the message that Sheffield's trying to get across.
They've been on the road already for quite some kilometre.
Yeah, Ganna comes through. continues to work, but there's a little conversation between the two of them as Filippo Magli attacks from that second group, which has just been brought back by the bunch.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of time, a long time for the breakaway to be settled. We have a breakaway, but it's not going to be the right move, or at least they're going to need more riders in order to have a chance to stay up front.
Milan just looks around and checks behind him, sees that a little gap has opened up to the group where Paul Magnier finds himself.
It's going to be a big fight between the two, huh?
Right. Milan's hoping that he can just sneak away in a group and spring a surprise on Paul Magnier, but he's quite an easily identifiable figure, isn't he, Jonathan Milan? And Magnier is keeping a very close eye on him. It's a good little sub-narrative within this broader picture of today's stage, the battle between Milan and Magnier, as Milan looks around again to see where that Maglia Ciclamino is. Good to see Jonathan Milan racing like this, isn't it? Really good to see.
It's a reaction from what happened to him in the recent days, but Magnier
effortlessly just gets across.
Ciccone always present up front till now, because real intention of trying, you know, with a surprise attack in a way.
Well, problem for Jai Hindley, bike change required for the leader of the Red Bull Border Hansgrohe team, the co-leader, let's say, the Australian.
Yeah, he's now seated in fourth position in the general classification.
Sprinted hard for the 4-second time bonus for third place yesterday.
Two different decisions here, one left, one right in the roundabout. I think Ganna got the best. Forced Bettiol to chase a little bit.
Ganna waiting really fast for Alberto Bettiol.
A fast waiting.
A fast waiting, exactly. When Ganna's good, as he's clearly good today, it's just extraordinary to watch, isn't it? It really is. He's different from any other rider in this peloton. There's nobody but Ganna who can do what he does when he's on it. It's quite extraordinary. And he's been doing it for so many years now. It was the 2020 Giro d'Italia where he really burst into life and started winning here in Italy. Pretty much every year since then, he's tasted victory one way or another.
I can tell you this much. In 2020, we had the stage was starting just off Chieti, and in the climb of Chieti, he went on the attack, and then the parcours more or less like this. And Sagan eventually won the stage, but Pippo Ganna was had a big plane that as we were trying to chase him down, but it was basically impossible.
So you know from personal first-hand experience
I was
just how much that hurts. Davide Ballerini just policing there, looking after his teammate Bettiol. Big flying attack from Alpecin Premier Tech there on the right-hand side of the road. That's how you do it, isn't it? That's how you get clear. Now, he's got the small matter of getting across a 24-second gap, though, alone to Bettiol and Ganna.
It's again Jansen Plowright, the Australian, fourth in the stage of Naples. He's managed to get a reaction from some other others.
Maris Michels, particularly Postanel as well. Sheffield going again from Net Company Ineos. And is that Martin Ciotta of Uno X Mobility, who's come across to the wheel of Plowright.
A team that for the first time we see again rejoining the front is Lotto Intermarché. They were present in the very first attack with Simone Gualdi, but for the brief moment it was at the back waiting a better moment. Javier Romo as well.
Warren Barguil, who is the only rider in this peloton to experience victory on the same finish line in Fermo 4 years ago in Tirreno Adriatico.
Juanpe Lopez from Movistar in there. It's another attack from Bardiani Polti. Bais again.
Magli going again. Magli and Bais. Juanpe Lopez.
Marcus Olgard.
Ballerini not trying to attack today. He's just shutting the moves down. Martin Marcellusi's towards the front. He'd fancy his chances on a day like today. Unibet Rose Rockets looking for a bit of space on the left-hand side, and Wout Poels looked like he was trying to launch an attack and just got blocked there by one of the riders from Bahrain Victorious. In the meantime, though, Jai Hindley's been piloted back to the back end of the peloton by Ben Spielhoff, his teammate. So no dramas for Jai Hindley. Did a good job, didn't he, yesterday for Giulio Pellittali, Jai Hindley?
Yeah. No, Dreyev, you mean?
Yeah, Hindley did a bit of work as well.
Did he?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
For Pellizzari, just late on.
So the attacks go on and on. Because it seems quite to be the right composition has been formed so far. That's why they keep they're keeping attacking one each other, but just seems like they didn't quite have the combination right till now. But for the duo, it's a lot of energy spent, and but if they're gonna cost them something in the finale, because it's for maybe a little bit too much for people in a stage like this for Ghana. But for Beciola, definitely is a stage, is a parkour that suits him very well, but he's spending a lot of energy in this moment. As a duo from Unibet Rose Rocket goes again on his Wout Poels.
Teams increasingly using the two-up attack tactic, aren't they? Because this is such a hard duo to get across to.
Giulio Ciccone
Ciccone's on that move. That'll spark a reaction from the GC teams. Mathieu Baïs as well.
Jake Stewart presence in there.
I mean, they can't let Giulio Ciccone go. It's as simple as that. So he's the problem, Giulio Ciccone, on the wheels there, as that group gets shut down. It's interesting how much of a problem it is that Paul Magnier's decided today he's not going to let Jonathan Milan get up the road. That's having a detrimental effect to all these breakaway attempts, isn't it? Because Milan would be a great rider to go with full commitment to get across to Filippo Ganna, but he can't commit because he's being hunted down by Emilio Ciclamino every single time, and that's having an effect on all these attempts to get across that involve Milan and Magnier.
Yeah, it's the moment of the race, like the more you go into the race, the more this I don't want to say secondary, that's not fair to the Ciclamino jersey, like not maybe straightforward and obvious strategics come in place. And as again with another two attacks by Soudal, quick step at Alpecin, EF Education Easy Pause with Polti Visit Malta. I think that might be Valgren again.
Yeah, it is, and the first time we've seen the Maltese national champion, or the Maltese rider, I should say, he's not the national champion, Andrea Mifsud, attacking.
First Maltese ever to race a Grand Tour. Lukas Kubic hunting them down with probably setting up an attack for Wout Poels, as the gap constantly at 31st second. I think the two Italians up front, they're trying just to manage the effort they're doing in this moment, because they know it's still a very long way. Valgren rejoin at the front with Garofoli.
What's your sense here, Jacopo? Do you feel like the elastic is just starting to stretch, and do you think there's a snap in the air, or do you think we've got a lot more attacks to go before that brake finally gets let go?
No, I think not yet. This is only brief moment or a little climb before they're gonna go down again and onto the coastline of the Adriatic Sea. I don't think it's gonna be the elastic way, you know, it's going to be more of a tactic way, because the parkour itself is not hard enough in a way. As again, Jake Stewart very strong in this very early phases of the stage. Spinarello Ueda and Ciccone launch again in the only little climb we have, followed by Ballerini. Magnus Sheffield once again, Garofoli.
Well, chapeau to Giulio Ciccone, whether or not it succeeds for him to place himself in the breakaway of the day, which really would shape the race up for a fascinating race and a very fast day of racing. But hats off to him for trying, Giulio Ciccone. We saw him in the neutralised rollout, clearly in great spirits as he left Chieti, the place of his birth, and he's in the region that he called home when he was growing up, Abruzzo. And well, it's just unusual to see a rider so high in the general classification, so determinedly trying to get in a breakaway.
Yeah, also because it's very unlikely that teams will let him move clear, as he's just 1 minute 30 down on Vingegaard and the remaining riders. So it shows some definitely some determination. Andreas Leknesund also appears at the front. Mifsud goes again with Ciccone on the wheel. Leknesund, Sheffield, and all the remaining of the peloton. All together once again. Eulalia for the first time moved a bit up front, rejoining the first 30 position of the peloton.
Well, we're seeing the same riders trying over and over again, particularly Magnus Sheffield. Andreas Leknesson's, that's not the first attempt he's had to try and go clear. Giulio Ciccone's attacked on at least 2 or 3 occasions, so it's the same riders over and over again. Testing the peloton, testing the resolve, seeing if they can snap the elastic and go clear. But Giulio Ciccone, it's flamboyant, it's exciting to watch. Is it tactically particularly clever? It remains to be seen. If it's successful, we'll be praising it, but he's expending a lot of energy now trying to attack and go clear. Francesco Pussato on the wheel of the rider from Picnic Postanel, who I think is Sean Flynn again. Pussato now trying to attack off that pace, followed by Leknesund and Sheffield picking the wheels this time. He tried to attack and get across solo, that didn't work. And we've got a little group of about 8 to 9 riders now who have got a gap off the peloton. Can they get themselves organised and start to work together? As Pussato and Leknesund and Sheffield drive this trio of riders on, and Jonathan Narvaez is one of them as well.
For a moment there was no reaction on the back. Let's see if this is the right move for this little group of 7 riders.
Alessandro Tonelli, I think, is the rider from Polti Visit Malta, potentially. Davide Ballerini won't work. He's just sitting on the wheels, but he's got himself in that group off the front as 2 riders go clear at the front of that counter-attack. Jonathan Narvaez and one of the riders from Polti Visit Malta.
Remy Cavagna was also present in the counter-attack.
I haven't seen Cavagna off the front at all yet at the Giro, so that's a bit like Bettiol. He's been very quiet.
Yeah, there is number if they want to move clear, but to be seen if they found immediately collaboration. Does it seem like from this view, it seems like they've been brought back to the peloton.
Well, the average speed so far since the flag dropped, and we've got 128 kilometres remaining of a 156 kilometre stage, so almost 30 kilometres done. The average speed has been in excess of 52 kilometres an hour. Lorenzo Rota, Ballerini, Sheffield, Narvaez, Cavagna, Sean Flynn.
Narvaez goes again, followed again by Sheffield. He's spending a lot of energy, the American rider.
He is. Narvaez riding across to the wheel of Leknesund and Rota and Pussato. He's a canny rider, isn't he, Jonathan Narvaez? He will do the bare minimum. He will expend the least energy, and normally in a very efficient way. He reads the race extremely well. Magnus Sheffield coming across to the wheels.
Milesi, again, presence in the Wout pools.
Watch out, Milan on the left.
Where is Manier? There you go. Like a shadow following the Italian sprinter. Jonas Rouge here goes as well, trying his fortune, but he cannot go alone. Won't be enough one man to shut down a gap of 30 seconds over Ganna and Bettiol.
Pinarello Q36.5, I think. Is that Mark Donovan going with him? One of the smaller riders from Picnic Postanel as well. It is indeed Mark Donovan. And that time gap is just holding, isn't it? Doesn't matter which groups try and go off the front. The peloton is being held by Bettiol and Ganna at 28, 29, 30 seconds. That's the gap that all these riders are trying to ride across. And even a duo or a trio of riders would find it very difficult. What you need is a group of 6 or 7 riders working really well together to try and get across to Ganna and Bettiol, who are motoring.
Yeah, it's not what they were hoping when they moved clear, because of course the energy they're spending despite they're not attacking, because of course at the back is going fast and slow constantly, so you need to have a lot of pikes in your power output.
Is it worth, Jacopo, is it worth them just easing off a little bit and holding maybe 20 seconds off the front just to...
No, it would put them in like...
Too much difficulty forward. Yeah,
exactly.
So they have to continue at that pace.
Yeah, they have no other choice at this point. I mean, since they moved clear of everybody else, they just have to go on and continue the way they're doing.
Long boulevard then, heading down to the sea. Now, Filippo Ganna, of course, has got a big target after the rest day, the 40-kilometre individual time trial, pan flat. And that might be part of his thinking today. It's not a bad preparation just to open those time trialing legs.
Well, it seems like it's too strong for the peloton then, as nobody is really able to get even closer to the two riders up front. But some pain expression is common for the two Italians. Bettiol is looking back, hoping
Bit
somebody.
of desperation from Alberto Bettiol, looking down that long, empty stretch of road, just willing some riders or a group to come across. And Ganna's like this, and I wonder if it is just a little bit of his thinking is about the individual time trial. But even holding the wheel of Filippo Ganna is a mighty task. James Shaw is the next rider from EF Education Easy Post, in the company of Mirko Maestri and Harthaus de Vries. Those three riders have gone clear, got a little bit of a lead. The time gap, though, that they've got to try and cross to is now up to 35 seconds. It's just got that little bit harder.
Seems like there is never a big enough group for them to, you know, create some sort of collaboration. They were never able to create a gap between a bunch of riders and the peloton till now. Another time they choose different path. Let's see. This time Bettiol got it.
Bettiol. So it's 1-all.
I don't know. I don't know. Different speed outcome, but at the end they come out of the corner together. 24 seconds for the two Italians up front, Filippo Ganna for Net Company, Ineos, and Alberto Bettiol, the Italian as well, XDS Astana at the front right now. The peloton will be appearing very soon at the back.
They're going to be turning left-handed when they hit the coast, and that wind will become much more of a headwind as we've got the latest attack. Groupama FDJ United.
Ballerini present up front. Jonathan Milan
trying again. Where's the Maglia Ciclamino?
Right behind. It's just Jonathan Milan is too big and he's hiding.
A flash of Ciclamino there reveals Paul Magnier, who's stuck to his task of marking Jonathan Milan today.
Unibet Rose Rockets.
It's one of the Kopechkis, I think, from Unibet Rose Rockets. And there is the Adriatic. Not looking particularly inviting today, in modest temperatures for this time of year in mid-May. You'd expect a few more degrees than the 14 or 15 degrees that we've got in the air temperature today. Not exactly a day for the beach and the sun loungers. And now they are starting their journey up the Adriatic coast, picking off some well-known waypoints, passing through San Benedetto del Tronto, which many of these riders will know extremely well from the final individual time trial or the final stage of Tirreno Adriatico. Yesterday's stage set off from the Tyrrhenian Sea in Lazio, and here we are right to the north of Abruzzo on the Adriatic coast. I went for a run this morning and saw some fishermen just offloading some calamaris.
You were hoping to get for breakfast, didn't you?
No, I had a yogurt instead. Can see the wind, though, is whipping down that coast from the northeast. So from the direction the camera is facing, really, that's where the wind is coming from. And it's brisk wind again, 20 kilometers an hour. 40% chance of rain.
They've been lucky so far. Was not raining on the parcours. Maybe later on they're going to experience some light showers, but for the moment it seems like it's staying dry.
Plenty of little cobblestones, aren't there, in the final kilometre as well as they head into the town.
The finale, it's quite unique, and it's gonna be a pleasure for the eyes, because they're gonna enter the city, the village, I would say, of Fermo, crossing the main square before heading up to the cathedral. Seems like a little bunch has been forward, but there's no real collaboration. It's a pity, because there is a gap from the riders behind. I think it's Ryan Mullen, seems like, from NSN.
Yep. Soudal Quickstep have missed that move, and they fire a rider off into that little gap to the this second chase group, where Groupama FDJ United have got 2 riders. Filippo Magli is at it again from Bardiani CSF. There's Ryan Mullen, the rider in red. Is that Leonard van Eedvelt of Lotto Intermarché?
The shaking camera is not easy to recognize. Maybe him or Simone Gualdi.
But that group has not been allowed to go clear. The problem is that there are so many teams, 19 teams who haven't won a stage yet. The belief is that the breakaway might go to the line. So all these riders from all these different teams are under an obligation, being screamed into their earpieces via team radio, that they cannot miss the move. If the breakaway is bigger than a certain number, we have to be there. And they're all being given the same instructions. As Absen Premier Tech again try the two-up tactic, with Tobias Bayer being piloted by Jensen Plowright, I think, across to the front of the race.
On the Bosch for Sudal, quick step, but ooh, a crash!
Oh, crash at the back, gone down hard there. One of the Pillarello Q36.5 riders. I think he was the only rider to go down.
I think probably looked back and a touch of wheel, but he went down pretty hard, pretty fast. I think it was Donovan, but let's wait and see if and hope he's going to be upright.
Yeah, I agree. I think that does look a little bit like Mark Donovan, but it looks like a shake of the head there. That looks like a collarbone.
Maybe it's Fabio Christian, the brother of Jan.
Yes, it is. It's Fabio Christian. There's where it happened.
He looked back.
Looks round.
He looked back, I think. Yeah, he looked back and he moved. He actually didn't. Was not Ryan Mullen. The touch of wheel was with Ryan Mullen, but it was seemed like it was Fabio Christian moving to the right while looking back. It looked like a collarbone. Yeah.
Instantly, he felt that right collarbone, and I think he knew straight away that that was probably what's happened to him. So the doctors are with him. If there's a chance of resuming, of course, he will resume the race, but his bike is being changed, swapped over.
No.
Spare bike, but it looks like that's it. Game over. That looks like a broken bone. That was a hard fall, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very fast. And back in the race, Fabio van den Bosch go again on the attack, followed by, I think, is Gualdi once again. Ryan Mullen. Marcellusi appears for the first time.
Yeah, we thought Martin Marcellusi was nailed on to be attacking today. I think it's the first time we've seen Marcellusi pick the wheel of Mullen this time and try and sniff out the moment when a group might go clear. The peloton's come a little bit closer, though, to Ganna and Bettiol. That gap that was 30 seconds is now 22, which should be encouraging to these counter-attackers as NSN launch a two-up attack. Pinarello again trying to get across, this time on the wheel of Nick Schultz, his teammate.
The speed of the attacks definitely slower than it was before, because as we said, now the wind is a little bit, not much, but just not in favor of the riders. So they need to choose the right momentum to go on the attack. As
Jasper Stuyven of Sudal Quickstep, second place on the Napoli stage behind Davide Ballerini.
yeah.
Stretcher being prepared, and that is a very sad abandon by the younger of the Christen brothers. He looks upset and in a great deal of pain. That was a violent crash.
He looked back once, and then he did another time. Here, it is him who's moving.
Mullen, yeah, drifts across his line there because he's looking back.
Here you can have a better glimpse of him looking back. And here you see him moving completely on the right.
Very fortunate that Mullen wasn't brought down by that collision as well, but really unlucky there for the young Swiss rider from Pinarello Q36.5, who will be confirmed very soon as an abandon, I think, at this Giro. Ganna and Bettiol still sit 25 seconds off the front. Here they are. The motorbike, the Italian machine that is Filippo Ganna, and Bettiol still looking back, just willing this to come to some sort of resolution, to find a group that have come across that's strong enough with the right composition of riders to join in and make this a more conventional breakaway, excuse me. At the moment, though, just these two riders with a very slender gap. Bettiol has picked the right day to get up the road and get into a break, but the break hasn't really formed yet. Gijs Leemreizer of Picnic PostNL finds himself with Maris Mikkels, the Estonian national champion of EF. And that kicks off a reaction from all the teams who need to be in the breakaway. Alpecin Premier Tech, once again, with 2 riders. Buzzato being piloted across to the wheels of those 2. And then Bariani's, I think, Macialusi again. Polti Visit Malta, Uno X Mobility, NSN, Pinarello Q36.5. Everybody piles onto the back. And that attack gets shut down.
Seems like the powers, they're not any more powerful attacks. They are able to move clear. I think a lot of riders spent already a lot of energy, and well, it's worth saying that when we're going to be hitting the sprint at Cupra Marittima, which lays roughly 65 kilometers from the finish line, then it's going to be time for almost for the climbs, as you start immediately after. So maybe what Valgren was expecting today, that the breakaway will not go before the climbs, and then it's going to be GC day, might happen.
That's exactly the kind of start I think we all wanted. We've seen quite a lot of breakaways go in quite a soft way so far at the Giro d'Italia, certainly in Bulgaria, but a couple of times since we've hit the Italian mainland as well, it's been a fairly soft kilometre zero break that's gone. Not today. This is the first really prolonged battle to get in the breakaway that's going to go on possibly for some time yet. Gaps come down a little bit, just a couple of seconds, just slightly more achievable looking 22 seconds to Ganna and Bettiol. Average speed so far 51.7 kilometres an hour. 45 minutes of racing time behind them. 39.3 kilometres done in 45 minutes. That's shifting, isn't it, Jacopo?
Yeah.
That is an intense pace.
Yeah, today is a very fast beginning of the stage, and so far this duo is bossing the front of the race, but they are hoping definitely that somebody from behind can rejoin them. But it doesn't seem like anybody has quite the energy or the willing, I don't know, of going in the hunt, because the attacks are coming, but with less, I would say, commitment. As Kubic is moving on the left, it's now hidden by the tree, followed by the whole peloton. You see, like, seems like they're missing the real kick to, you know, go on and move clear.
They need a Pipo Ganna, don't they?
Yeah.
The problem is he's up the front. It's that big explosive acceleration to break the elastic with a group that's missing at the moment, and the fact that there's simply too many teams under instructions not to miss the break. But the wearing down, the whittling down, the fatiguing effect will begin to make it just a little bit more vulnerable to the elastic snapping at the front of the peloton eventually. At least that's what Bettiol and Ganna will be hoping. And that watchtower providing a fantastic lookout point for this series of attacks, this very active peloton, already on well into their ascent of the in a northerly direction of the Adriatic coast, heading towards the intermediate sprint, which today is at Cupra Marittima. 59.7k to go, so what is it, 65 kilometers or thereabouts from this point. And at the speed they're going, if they carry on racing like this, that'll only be about an hour and a quarter's worth of racing before they get to that sprint. You can see the rider there from EF Education Easy Post. He's dragging so many other riders in the front of the peloton across to this this trio, this quartet of riders who've come in together. Filippo Magli, the rider from Pinarello Q36.5. Confirmation, I think, coming up on your screens that young Fabio Christen has been stretchered off and out of the Giro d'Italia, very sadly for him, after that touch of wheels. And the rain is starting to fall at the finish line here in Fermo, making those cobblestones in the Piazza Pubblico, I think it's what it's called, or down in the middle of town, a little bit treacherous. They're slightly different cobblestones to the Napoli cobblestones. You'll be relieved to hear they're not quite as outrageously smooth as those Napoli cobblestones, but still, if it is a wet finale, it could be dangerous.
Yeah, expectation is to be dry later on, but for the moment it's raining.
Sunshine, albeit chilly sunshine, down on the coast though, as Ganna and Bettiol continue their work. got themselves a 12-second lead. That grew to 24, that grew to 34. It's come back down to 24. They've just been dangling off the front. Filippo Ganna is capable of sustaining this kind of effort for kilometre after kilometre, and dare I say hour after hour. And so too on his day is Alberto Bettiol. But still, they'll be hoping that a group comes across.
Yeah, it seems like nobody so far. There's the difference in speed, so at the back still attacks coming. But always the same rider, again Milan and again Magnier on the wheel.
I suppose Jonathan Milan might just accept that Magnier is going to follow him everywhere and still continue to try and ride across to the front and take his chances in the intermediate sprint. He might as well. That's all he can expect to get out of the day.
Team Picnic PostNL racing.
Sean Flynn again, is it? I think so. Just a little bit of a gap. Looks around, checks, sees he's got a gap. Instant response though from Groupama FDJ United with Bardiani and Astana on their wheel. Scaroni, was it possibly a smaller figure there in the light blue of XDS Astana? And he's a rider, that's a rider we were expecting to see on the offensive today. I'm not sure we've seen him yet, Scaroni.
Yeah, possibly he's using the presence of Bettiol up front to save a little bit of energy. It's going to be needed later on, but for the moment, it's true we haven't seen much of Scaroni on the attack.
Very dark skies here at the finish line in Fairmont now, and it's pouring with rain. Very wet conditions. This unseasonably cold spring here in Italy. From one day to the next, you really don't know what you're going to get at the Giro d'Italia. That's often the way, but it's been particularly unpredictable in this edition of the race so far. Even in Bulgaria, it was we had a bit of everything in those 3 days of racing in Bulgaria, and that pattern has continued in Italy. Oh, the beautiful Villa Filiani. Again, another museum. This time exhibiting and memorialising and preserving Abruzzo's musical heritage. .17 is as small as their lead has been for quite some time, actually, since they went off the front together.
Another roundabout while they exit the village. The gap has gone down a little bit, just a little bit. Maybe the peloton now is going to be able to see them up front. So the Sims at reach. Might be boys pushing for some more attacks coming from behind. Again, a duo from Alpes in Premier Tech. Ulissi, I think, is controlling this one. And this seems like a good move. I think it's again Jensen Plowright.
Yeah, he's been very busy, hasn't he, Plowright?
Yeah, it's a very distinctive position to be. See who's the other.
Peterson has gone with him, maybe? Or is it Tobias Bayer again? Could be. But Astana with Diego Ulissi have just latched onto the back of that. Lotte Antamache have missed it. Jonas Rutsch has attacked with the rider from Pinarello Q36.5 at the front of the peloton. Far from settled, far from settling down yet. As we approach an hour of racing, 52 minutes on the clock so far. Still average speeds of over 50 kilometers an hour, as you'd expect. A trio of riders there, just off the front. That is a little bit of a gap now.
Yeah. It might be a good move now as EF Education Easy Post goes again on the attack. It's Weigren again, followed by Harde Vries.
De Vries and Gonzalez.
I think the road itself, the teams who are present up front, they manage, you know, to kind of blocking and preventing other attacks to come. It's Ulissi is not collaborating with this attack. We might actually benefit from it because with him and Bettiol, the team Astana have very good presence up front.
Perfect, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Diego Ulissi is getting a free ride here, courtesy of Alpecin Premier Tech, to get across to the front. That's a clever bit of riding from Diego Ulissi. We haven't seen him yet in this stage. It's the first time he's shown up, popped up at picked the wheel of the Alpecin Premier Tech team, and now here at the finish line, it's hailing. Great big wintry hailstones battering off our commentary position. Ice falling on the roads from these dark May springtime clouds in Marche. Horrible conditions. They won't be aware of that, they won't care about that further down the road on the coast where the sun is still shining. And Alpecin Premier Tech are, well, where are they? Not even halfway across to the front of the race. You can see that peloton with attacks coming occasionally from different sources. They're not far behind these three.
No, and eventually they're gonna be rejoined by somebody else on the go. Leknesund is again Madis Mikkels.
Vicente Rojas as well. Madis Mikkels is on the front though, with Pussato, I think, just marking that move from Alpecin Premier Tech.
Seems like the trio on the chase of Bettiol and Ganna lost a little bit of speed compared to in the first move, but Astana is really bossing this moment of the race, as featuring two guys up front with Ulissi here on the chase, Bettiol, and then there was, I think it was Ballerini already polishing out the peloton.
Bayer, plough right, going really deep here. Ulissi just cruising on the wheels, the most winning rider in this peloton in terms of stage victories here at the Giro d'Italia for now. However, if Filippo Ganna were to win today, or were to win perhaps more realistically the individual time trial, he'd draw level with Diego Ulissi on 8 stage victories.
Yeah, without the collaboration of Ulissi, they cannot make it, and rejoining the front, and soon they will be again within a full peloton in the chase of these two riders. Have been how many kilometers already up front? I think 40 almost a kilometer.
I'd have said, yeah, every bit of that.
Still the average very high, while we're about to get to the first hour of racing. I think the duo is wondering, like, to continue or just waiting at the back.
48 kilometers to go until the intermediate sprint of the day, which is simultaneously the point at which they change direction completely and kick off inland and in towards the hills. And 48 kilometers, that is at current speeds less than an hour of racing until we get to that point. As Groupama FTD and Movistar bring Alpecin Premier Tech and Jensen Plowrights, Tobias Bayer and Diego Ulissi back, very nearly make the junction and shut it down. It's Juan Pedro Lopez, the Spanish climber from Movistar, who actually brings that latest counter-attack back.
Igor Arrieta here at the back of the peloton, as so Mühlberger, Fabian Lehnert.
Did a good ride yesterday, Gregor Mühlberger. He was last man standing in the mountain for Felix Gall. Best of the rest of the climbers, apart from Felix Gall in the colours of Decathlon CMA. Uno X now. Darren Rafferty as well from EF, Martin Marcellusi, Mirko Maestri, Vicente Rojas. Garofoli, I think it is, again, from Soudal Quickstep. And the river Vomano. You can see where these rivers flow from. Up there, the mighty snowy peaks of the Abruzzo Apennines, and the biggest peak of them all, the Gran Sasso, lending its name to the Gran Sasso National Park. Still plenty of snow in May on the top of those big peaks. Lidl Trek and Polti Visit Malta, the third group on the road, as net company Ineos have got another rider attacking with Picnic Postenel. Alpecin Premier Tech trying and trying and trying again to get it up the road. Rafferty is the rider from EF Education Easy Post, and it's Timo de Jong from Picnic Postenel who's driving this group on. They've got a bit of a gap then. A couple of teams have missed it. Movistar have missed it. So too have Pinarello Q36.5. But Rafferty pulling this group of 5 who've just got a few seconds lead off the front of the bunch.
Yeah, Rafferty was in very good form in the moment we arrived in Italy. I've been on attack couple of occasions, and the parkour could suit him very well. As here, Rojas, Juanpe Lopez, as well as
Tornards,
the cyclocross rider, European champion. Ball is down by Ballerini, or rejoined by Ballerini, I would say. Ultimately, they're going to be once again all together as the gap is going down 12 seconds in this very moment.
Chris Hamilton, Picnic Post NL.
Edward Plankert for Alpecin Premier Tech.
These riders haven't yet quite been caught, but it won't be too long. Time gap is coming down. It won't be too, well, if that's correct, just 9 seconds now to Ganna and Bettiol. And if they're caught by the complete peloton, then we're going to have another massive reset in terms of this breakaway phase of the race.
Here is the first hour racing, almost 52 km per hour, 51.7. That's wow. Yeah, exactly. You cannot describe better than that.
Shouldn't be surprised, though. It's Filippo Ganna who's animating things at the front.
Eventually, they're going to be rejoined by either the peloton or this group, as seems like they stopped a little bit pushing hard on the pedals, as they know like they could not stand a chance. It would be better to be back in the peloton.
Well, XTS Astana played the Bettiol card early on today. It looked like the right move, but he's burnt a lot of energy there in pursuit of the breakaway. Energy that he'll be paying for later on in the race. It's not over for Bettiol and Ganna, although Filippo Ganna looks like he's about to, that's probably the end of his race for the day. I think Bettiol might try and persist to try and pick the right move as the race reboots, and Bettiol and Ganna are imminently going to be caught by the next group of counter-attackers coming off the front of the bunch, which is only about 5 seconds now behind Ganna and Bettiol. Rattling along this stage, 156 kilometres in total length, only 103 remain. 44 kilometres to go until the intermediate sprint of the day.
Never been called yet, but this soon is going to be. This is the moment of the junction.
It's Uno X who bring them back, and they're caught. But a little group has just gone off the front there. Little group, I say. It's about 12 riders, maybe more.
You can recognize Robert Stannard, Marcellusi, Busato,
Ivan Romeo,
Ballerini.
Javier Romo, not Ivan Romeo. Javier Romo is there.
So also in the background there was Paul Magnier. So we assume the presence of Jonathan Milan as well.
Well, if he's not there, he's missed a trick. Look down on Rosetto degli Abruzzi. So many seaside resorts here in this long expanse of sandy shoreline. All the sun lounges and the umbrellas laid out for the summer, which has not arrived in Italy yet. I can assure you of that. It's only just stopped hailing here. It's continuing to rain quite hard at the finish line as Javier Romo hits the front. But the peloton is all together.
Di Gulissi, Busato. Tioli still up there. Mifsud goes in the attack, followed by Marcellusi. Robert Stannard let this go as Fabio van den Bosch at the back. The truck rider, the start. Team, what happened there with Marcellusi?
I don't know. Flung something into the hedgerow, didn't he? But you can see two riders, one from Soudal Quickstep and one from NSN, then Pinarello, and another Astana attacker on the wheel of, I think, Stuart Bax from Pinarello Q36.5. Just latched onto the back. Could be Christian Scaroni.
Pinarello for NSN team.
He's been very active, hasn't he, Pinarello, trying to get in the move today. It's Fabio van den Bosch, who's got that smooth pedalling style from the track, as you were alluding to.
This might be a good move. Seems a little bit of waiting game in the peloton, as we saw both Robert Stannard and Visma Lease bike waiting.
Oh, there's a lot of
seen.
riders off the front though, isn't there now? Must be 12 at the front, another 6 or 7 chasing on. That would make it nearly 20 riders. But it does feel as if a potential move, the viability of a breakaway is beginning to hang in the air now, isn't it? As if the big GC teams are sort of, they're ready to accept a breakaway going now.
Yeah, Rémi Cavagna hit the front, le TGV.
Again, time trial specialist Rémi Cavagna.
The parcours is definitely suited for a rider like this, you know, very powerful when it comes down to ride in the wind on flat terrain. As Unibit Rose Rockets goes again with the Lukas Kubic. I think it's Ethan Vernon on his wheel. The rider is Crescioli, Garofoli, Kunz again, as well as Stuyven. This could be a good move. Seems like the peloton has stopped very briefly there. De Viviani giving a bottle to Filippo Ganna after the gigantic effort he's been into in little talk with Leonardo Basso, another director, 2 Italian director for the English squad. Ooh, wet road also for the peloton now. So they're heading into the rain. Road definitely changed conditions since a kilometer ago.
At these speeds, these wet roads are dangerous.
Jesper Stuyven goes clear with
Garofoli on his wheel. Tarozzi, first time we've seen him.
I think it's Zambanini, last wheel of this group. The other rider might be
Gianni Moscon as well. Don't know whether Moscon's just shutting that down, as sensing a bit of danger in terms of a rider who's smuggled himself into that group. It's interesting to see Moscon working so hard. I don't think that Moscon would be given freedom to get in the breakaway unless Red Bull Border Hansgrohe want to play that card. All strung out though, all single file. Nobody has gone clear yet, and we're within 100 kilometres of the finish line now, getting ever closer to the day's intermediate sprint.
40 kilometers before we arrive at the intermediate sprint, and right after that is going to be time for the first climb of the day to Montefiore d'Aso.
If this race does settle down and a break goes, it's not going to go for very long before it kicks off again, isn't it?
Yeah. But the stage itself was not the longest. It's again full peloton. This might be Brieuc-Roland, if I'm not mistaken.
Groupama FDJ United's not really made their mark on the Giro yet. Seem intent on forcing the breakaway today. First with Rémi Cavagna, then with Roland.
This is not something you thinking actually when you go in the attack. Astana goes with 3 riders. Replacing themselves.
Yeah.
But it seems like they're up to something. As Rafferty, Probect again the world peloton. 4 riders. Scaroni for the first time appears at the front.
Third wheel, Christian Scaroni. First time we've seen him towards the front. He's been very patient, working out that the break would not go. It's Mathieu Bais who hits the front with Scaroni on his wheel. Van Eedveld, by the looks of it, in third wheel as well. A lot of looking around, trying to pick the next moment. Astana have got so many riders towards the front, so much strength in depth there, as they launch another rider off the front.
Slivens.
Yes, Livens. Tarozzi. Stuyven. Astana are really the team at the moment who've got the numbers there to really animate things. Madis Mikkels follows the move of the rider from Uno X Mobility. Polti Visit Malta. Chucking a rider forward. Picnic Postanel. You name it, they're involved. Pinarello Q36.5 as well.
It's taking a big effort for Bais to shut this down. Doesn't seem like a very powerful attack, but stretching out the peloton quite in a good way. Unibet Rose Rockets try to follow this move, followed by Groupama FDJ United.
Fredrik Tversnes was the rider doing the damage there. Madis Mikkels, I think it's Toconi from Bardiani CSF. Groupama FDJ have missed it, so too have Soudal Quickstep. NSN have missed the move. Plenty of teams will try and launch to get across this.
Zvekov instead, the Uzbekistan. How do you say from Uzbekistan in English?
Uzbek rider.
Thanks.
That's okay.
Groupama, I think it might be Jacobs by the looks of it.
Yep, Johan Jacobs.
A big, powerful Swiss rider. Trying to find his way, and it's about to make junction with the 3 riders up front. But it's yet to be settled there. Just too little, so many teams still missing. Another group is forming at the back. Let's see if they have the right cohesion, right collaboration among themselves. Because it seems like, for the first time, Red Bull appears at the front, controlling the race and saying, like, this is good, we want to control it. So no more attacks. As Arrieta getting his rain jacket. Jake Stewart in there doing possibly for the same reason at the back. It seemed that Red Bull was at the front, and it's just stopped the attacks to be seen.
It is first and foremost their responsibility today in the early phase of racing. They have the Maglia Rosa. It's their duty to control the race to some extent, but it's been pretty uncontrollable so far at an average speed of in excess of 51, maybe close to 52 kilometers an hour. Svetskov, Mikkels, Tversnes, Jacobs.
Soon they're going to be rejoined by Kubish. I think it's Einer Rubio on the wheel.
Haven't seen much from Jaco Alula to this point. There's Chris Juhl Jensen towards the front. NSN, they've been very aggressive, so have Unibet. Alpecin Premier Tech have been absolutely determined to get in the move. But Jaco, yeah, it's interesting that Jaco Alula haven't really tried. They're one of very few teams that haven't tried, apart from the GC teams of Red Bull and Visma, etc.
There may be a moment of hesitation from the peloton. Seems like a large group of roughly 15 riders is forming.
Oh, a few have missed it though, haven't they? You can see 2, 3 riders going off the front. All kicks off again back in the peloton, but the elastic is straining now. You can feel that gap. If that group off the front starts to work well together, that could be hard to shut down. Those counter-attackers left it already just a little bit late. That stalls. Let's see. Rubio, Kubish. Bardiani have got 2 in this group, including Martin Marcellusi, Johan Jacobs.
I think Picnic Postenel not present up front as they're trying to rejoin the front with Chris Hamilton.
Sean Flynn is there. Wout Poels is also there. Unibet Rose Rockets have got at least 2 riders. Or is it just the one? It's just Wout Poels in this group.
Astana missed the move.
Oh dear. Well, that's dangerous then for, well, it's not dangerous, but unless Astana place a rider in there quickly, then they're going to have to ride it down because they have to be present.
I think Ethan Vernon, no, it's not Vernon, that's Nick Schultz.
Good climber, the Aussie.
Busato.
So it's an interesting group, and in fact, Astana have got a rider who's managed to get across. I think Koen Bouwman is the rider from Jaco Alula. He'd like the finish line, the finishing climbs. Be well suited. Movistar get a rider across, but the peloton is very, very close. And Max Walscheid shuts this down. Jonathan Milan, I think, sensing the proximity of the intermediate sprint now. Lidl Trek are going to start policing these moves and try and hold it close for Jonathan Milan and the Maglia Ciclamino.
Still 33 kilometers roughly to the intermediate sprint, still a long way. And again, Jonathan Miller moves and Paul Manier follows. Oh, again, their legs must be screaming. So a little bit of disappointment in the face of Francesco Busato when he realized
it felt like a good moment.
Exactly.
It felt like it was about to go. A little Trek, though, if they carry on riding like that, they're going to make a real difference here as Leknesund launches on the right-hand side.
Nick Schultz goes again, followed by Bouwman, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Nick Postenel, Astana, XDS Astana with 2 jerseys there towards the front. But it's Leknesund just dangling off the front for now. Andreas Leknesund off the general classification entirely now. Starts the day 22 minutes and 3 seconds down on the Maglia Rosa, and looks like they're shut down a little bit here. It's not too late for riders to counter-attack if they can find their way through to counter, and it's Unibet Rose Rockets who kick it all off again behind.
Followed by Groupama.
There was just a moment there, wasn't it, where it looked like it might have gone.
Yeah, but one rider up front won't be enough, and at the back, sure thing, somebody else will go. As Bardiani, CSF 7 Saver goes as well, followed by Team Picnic Postenel, Andreas Leknesund, the Norwegian national champion, the only rider born above the Arctic Circle, from very up north of Norway.
San Flaviano Cathedral. Beautiful Renaissance dome. Carrying the relics of St. Flavian. As we pass into the province of Giulianova, which is a little seaside resort and a waypoint along this coast, quite just to the south of San Benedetto del Tronto, which in turn is just a little bit south of Cupra Marittima, where the intermediate sprint is. These resorts almost running into one another. The new town built along the seafront, and then in the hills, just inland from the very coast, you get these old Renaissance, these medieval hilltop towns that overlook the coast. So Leknesund just dangling off the front. XDS Astana with Garofoli of Sudal Quickstep. Unibet Rose Rocket still trying to get across. Bardiani CSF, and a glimpse of purple from Jaco Alula as well. This is the latest counter-attack to try and get across to Andreas Leknesund. 90.7 kilometres remain. We are close to, we're only about 30 kilometres from the intermediate sprint of the day.
They've been racing already for 65 kilometers, and the average is still at 51 as we're getting closer and closer to the intermediate sprint and the beginning of hostilities in the climb. As Leknesund waiting for the group behind, he knows he cannot go all alone. As a little group moved clear, but Darren Rafferty seems like just shut this down as well. Ethan Vernon.
Ethan Vernon, yeah, those broad shoulders of the British sprinter. He's up towards the front. And they're approaching, I mean, not far off the halfway point of today's stage. But you can see how the intermediate sprint in 30 kilometres time is the launch pad. Straight up into the hills then, and it's a succession of climbs. The Montefiore dell'Aso climb, followed almost immediately by the Monte Rubiano climb. Then the Red Bull kilometre with 24 kilometres to go. And then we have the Capo d'Arco climb, and then the final difficult, multifaceted climb to Fermo. And the last 400 metres of the climb, Jacopo, we've walked it a couple of times. Very, very steep straight line, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's a very demanding finish line, as a massive, massive climb heading into the city of Fermo for a bit of rest for the riders before the last drag uphill. It felt like it was very steep. It's marked 10%. It felt way more than that. A move seems like a move clear, and let's to be seen if it is the right one. Darren Rafferty once again. Leknesund again present.
No Movistar rider though, so Movistar dragging everybody across. Ballerini slotted onto the wheel. Mikkel Berg from UAE Team Emirates, Martin Marcellucci. It's a good group this, Chris Hamilton on the front. And Mark Donovan from Pinarello Q36.5. Darren Rafferty, as you've already noted. One Sudal Quickstep rider, couldn't quite figure out who that was, but this is the reaction from the peloton. Little group of just a slight gap there to a group of around about 8 riders who are going to get across, doubling the size of the group off the front.
It's very lined out, and some gaps start to appearing right at the front, but I think Movistar missed again the move, as was at the head of the peloton, roughly 15, 16 guys here. Christian is present with Mikkel Bjerg.
Trouble is that there are 19 teams trying to get in this break. So every time a group goes, there are almost inevitably going to be 2 or 3 teams at least who are going to want to shut it down. And every time there's a dangerous number or a dangerous rider in that group, you get the GC teams as well doing the work to shut it down. And you can see Bahrain victorious as well, taking the responsibility at the front there with Robert Stannards to bring this this sizable group back to heel.
Yeah, well, to be seen if there is a dangerous rider for the GC in there. Doesn't seem like as Ciccone, after being active in the first part of the race, has been placing himself at the back of the peloton, showing that he won't try, and not for now at least. Maybe he's waiting for when the peloton will reach the bottom of the climb, if it's still going to be all together. But once again, thanks to the job of Bahrain Victorious' peloton, all completed. Another more move. Seems like moving a little bit clear. Oh, it doesn't really. It's unbelievable. Today seems like it's never the right amount or combination of riders or teams.
What are days like this like, Jacopo, when the brake just doesn't go and it doesn't go, and you enter the second hour of full-on racing? Even if you're not involved, just sitting on the wheels towards the back must be a pretty tough experience.
Yeah, it's demanding, because you need to stay in contact with the whole peloton, and you just feel like that you're getting closer and closer to the climbs, and well, there's no breakaway, so still the speed is super high. As again, Bettiol has recovered a little bit from the early attack. He was along with Filippo Ganna. Oh, very dangerous move here by the peloton. There is some traffic signs in there, but some of them decided to jumping on inside the roundabout.
Yeah, and that green painted roundabout as well on slightly wet roads, dangerous, but everybody's safely over it as Bettiol hits the front with Tonelli on his wheel, then Tarozzi, then comes Roland. It looks like Michael Pierre, is still no, it's
Christian.
Yeah, it's
again Christian. Magnus Sheffield on his wheel. Seems like Larry Varvasse right in there. It's stretched out the peloton, but it doesn't seem like quite enough. If they relaunch from this, it might be a good move. But again, you see, like when they're going, then there is another team who's hitting the front of the peloton and closing down again another attack. As finally they're back on dry roads. It's good for the safety of the riders, and I guess also for the morale, as they've been enduring a lot of rain in recent days.
27 kilometers to go to the intermediate sprint. It's getting closer and closer as Jan Christen now really starts to motor. XDS Astana's Bettiol on his wheel. These two have got a little bit of a gap that's going to take some shutting down. This is a dangerous duo, but Polti Visit Malta are right on it there. Jan Christen, so powerful when he wants to go. His brother crashing out today with a suspected broken collarbone.
It's not yet the right one.
That was hard.
Fabio van den Bosch following Bettiol. There goes again.
Good attack from Bettiol, and that very smooth pedalling stroke of Fabio van den Bosch is so powerful.
Just a blow right on his wheel. Legnesund once again. There is a little gap opening up as Tarozzi couldn't quite get on the wheel. I think everybody was on the attack. The wall there, they're suffering. Ballerini tried to policing the peloton. As Chris Hamilton always on the a little bit late, the team Picnic Postanel, they never quite get the right timing till now.
Well, this could be an interesting move, Jacopo. This has got potential.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a gap opening up, as we see now.
Yep.
But still a lot of teams are missing. Let's to be seen if they're going to be allowed by other teams to move clear. As
yeah, that's not going anywhere, is it? A little bit of disharmony in that group as well. Don't think there's total commitment from Bettiol at the moment. Looking round, Leknesund as well. It's Groupama FDJ United missing the move, who bring the peloton back to the front of the race as Fabio van den Bosch continues with his effort, looks around, realises that the bunch has come back, and the latest attack has been thwarted. Must be the 20th little group that's gone off the front that's been called.
Yeah. They don't quite get it right till now. As 1 hour 20 into the race, we receive also our first fit zone for the commentary booth, thanks to Davide. Brought us some coffee,
yep,
and chocolate.
approaching the halfway point of today's race. And no sign of a breakaway going yet. And the closer we get to the hills, the more you'll see the more climbing types of riders trying to get up the road and in a break, because if a break goes this close to the finish line, it could be very difficult to control.
Another move this time is Marcelluzzi, Multivisit Malta, Uno X and Lotto Intermarché. Rider from Alpecin Premier trying to rejoin Astana. XDS Astana, I think it's Ulissi by the pedal stroke of it, and maybe again Fabo, Jan Christian. Might be a good move. It's right size, 7 riders up front as Mikael Bjerg instead, but he was indeed Ulissi, and also EF Education Easy Post. With seems like Vigran, we're going to see a little bit more later if it's him. Egan Bernal at the back.
XCS Astana clearly want that group to go. They've got Diego Ulissi up the road, and Davide Ballerini moved to the front to try and ensure that no further, well, try and ensure that no further riders counter-attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 riders, and they do have a little bit of a gap. Is this the one? I mean, there's only 8 riders off the front. There's going to be a lot of teams that have missed out.
Yeah, and again, it's Team Picnic Postenello missed the move and trying to rejoin the front of the race, but the gap is now start to get a little bit bigger and bigger once the rider from Team Picnic Postenello stopped right now. To be seen is Groupama, missed the move. They're going to try to rejoin the front.
Matteo Sobrero moving to the front. Josh Kench is the rider on the front, who lost a bit of time in the general classification yesterday. Starts today 11:43. Down on the jersey. Still their best placed rider on GC, but the blockhouse cost him quite a few minutes yesterday. So what have they got? Around about a 5-6 second lead, no more than that. Hasn't quite decided that to let go yet, the peloton.
But nonetheless, it's the largest margin we have seen in the last 20 kilometers from the peloton. If they're going to have a moment of hesitation within the peloton, this might be the breakaway of the day. Let's wait and see. A few seconds, we're gonna know a little bit more than this.
Difficult day yesterday for Egan Bernal, really punishing climb of Blockhouse, and his hopes, I think, of a podium finish have vanished at the Giro d'Italia with that performance on the Blockhouse.
Seems like we might have our breakaway of the day as Ulissi. I think it's Tobias Bayer, again Marcelluzzi, Valgren, Mikael Bjerg.
4 riders. Well, there's a group of 4, 7. It's kicking off again at the front of the bunch, but they've started to cooperate. They've started to work well together, those riders at the front of the race. They're going to be difficult to catch. Soudal Quickstep appear to have missed it.
And also Net Company, Ineos has missed the move.
Unibet Rose Rockets as well. Matteo Sobrero following the wheel of the Slovakian national champion, Kubiš, from Unibet Rose Rockets.
I think the rider for Lotto Intermarché is Simone Gualdi, the young Italian. I don't know if it's Bais for Multivisit Malta, Sobrero. And now I think it's Bettiol policing in there, but I think Magnus Sheffield was there in the position, but he definitely missed the momentum.
Yeah, Net Company and Ineos have missed it, haven't they? Martin Marcelluzzi, Valgren, the perfect rider there for EF Education Easy Post. I think it's Hulgaard, is it, from Uno X Mobility. Strong rider. Mikael Bjerg is there. Tobias Bayer of Alpecin Premier Tech.
Some very powerful riders here up front, and there you go.
Ganna's gone again.
He's the only one capable of rejoining.
Look at Juan Pedro Lopez, who's the opposite of Filippo Ganna. That's a full-on sprint, and he can't close the gap to Filippo Ganna. Simply can't get onto the wheel, and nor can that rider from Multivisit Malta either. Ganna's just too strong for this peloton. It's extraordinary.
Unbelievable. Look at this. Even the rider of Pinarello Chiude, the 6.5, are not quite able to get on the wheel of Filippo Ganna as he's trying.
Nearly there.
But this eventually has the results of bringing another group to move clear ahead of the peloton as
Gonzalez closes the gap to Filippo Ganna, and Filippo Magli benefits from that work as well that's being done. Now Ganna is just going to sit there and ride across to the front, which changes everything and brings the whole race back again.
And also, Soudal Quick-Step, another team missing from the front there with Fabio van der Bosch. The gap is still quite considerable one. Didn't quite succeed. I think he needed to be the action to be launched again by Magnus Sheffield or Ben Turner. Filippo Ganna all alone cannot close this gap.
Are you sure?
No.
I don't know. He's getting across, Filippo Ganna, and he's totally committed, isn't he? He's not looking round, he's not flicked an elbow, and he is eating into that time gap to the front of the race, and only one rider can do that. And even he, I mean, if Filippo Ganna gets across and changes the shape of this race again, that's just a phenomenal performance.
He has stopped riding, but not the attack haven't stopped as Soudal Quick-Step have missed the move and trying again. Magnus Sheffield, it's now his time to go, because if this late attack from Soudal Quick-Step, I think it's Fabio van der Bosch again, he has the same intention as Ganna, to just get close as possible and hoping one of the teammates trying to bridge across.
Diego Ulissi at the front of the race with Michael Bier.
Look at the face of those riders. They're really suffering to make the breakaway gone, and well, the speed is still a mighty 51 kilometer average. Well, another team missing the move is Unibet Rose Rockets as Copecci.
Yeah, Thomas Copecci. Now, how much closer did Fabio van der Bosch manage to bring Filippo Ganna, not Filippo Ganna, the breakaway at the front?
Another powerful rider here with
Tim Ton Tuitenberg.
Yeah, it's another rider who can, you know, accelerate once again, but the gap, it's not done yet. It's not job done yet for the breakaway.
Might be too much for Tim Ton Tuitenberg to close that gap alone, but if there are other riders willing to commit to the front, they might just shut this breakaway down.
Yeah, because there are big teams still missing from the breakaway. As we saw, Lidl Trek, Groupama is missing.
NSN.
Net Company, Ineos. I mean, we can list a lot of those teams as it's getting closer and closer, Tim Ton Tuitenberg.
NSN have got a two-up attack there. Groupama, as you mentioned, they've missed it. So it's Remy Cavagna, so it's some powerful riders. Cavagna needs to get onto the front now.
Dion Smith and Pinarello as well. Ballerini, I think, is the rider for Astana.
He won't work. He'll just sit on the wheels and hope to be dragged across to the front of the race.
But the peloton is once again very close to the breakaway. This group, I think, of 5 riders will eventually merge at the front, but the peloton is not seated too far. And once again, in Net Company, Ineos missed the move.
17 kilometers to the intermediate sprint, incidentally, if you're counting.
GC day, maybe, Ben? Because as we're going to hit the bottom of the climbs, then it's going to be more up to some climbers to go on the attack. And at this point, the GC is still very short in a way. So, why not? They're going to stopping now, and riders at the back going to rejoin. Peloton is not far, led by Magnus Sheffield.
And it all comes back again. Michael Bier takes that opportunity as there's a little bit of a lull in the pace, just to go clip off the front and open up a little bit of an advantage as Jonathan Narvaez goes off in.
It's going to be, yeah.
It's a two-up attack from UAE. Narvaez has got a little bit of a gap there. Leknesson going after him. Bier will wait a little bit for Jonathan Narvaez. This is a delicate moment. If they can just get this right, then they've sprung a real surprise on the pack. And these three riders, if they get together, that would be a powerful trio.
Yeah, because also we are only 76 kilometers from the finish line. It's going to be...
Look at the wind.
Yeah, it's picked up a little here, maybe
look at
channeling.
the wind.
Movistar again on the move. I think it's Joanjo Lopez once again.
Yep. So UAE have got Bier and Narvaez together. Leknesson hasn't quite made the junction across to the UAE train that's formed into this predominantly headwind here that they're battling as Bier and Narvaez have the front of the race. Leknesson, who's been really aggressive throughout today's stage, which has just been absolutely unrelenting all the way since the flag dropped, and the peloton not too far behind.
Legnesson is struggling to close this last
hasn't quite got those agony, isn't it?
5-6 meters as the duo up front are working evenly, but the back, as you see, it's not yet settled. But for the first time, some jerseys.
Gap. There's a gap.
Oh yeah.
Peloton has been split. I wondered whether that was the case. So a whole group has gone off the front here, and that needs addressing, because the GC, well, Eulalio's at the front, the Maglia Rosa. A lot of riders, including Filippo Ganna from net company Ineos, as that group splits off the front. And who is doing the pace setting at the front of this group? And where, significantly, is Jonas Vingegaard? Where's the blue jersey?
I think the teams are not yet informed what's up at the front, because
Visma are riding.
Yeah, now they have to react, because Eulalio is now maybe a big threat up front, but you don't want to give him too many minutes, as Jonathan Milan appears again with Paul Manier on his wheel.
So this is the front of the main peloton that has just the wrong side of a split. There's Jonas Vingegaard, there is the blue jersey. Now his team need to do something about this. Vingegaard is the wrong side of a split in the bunch.
And to be seen also where is Giulio Pellizzari, Jai Hindley, Felix Gall, Ben O'Connor, those riders there. Riders who are much closer to the GC contenders.
Giulio Pellizzari is there, so he's in this group as well. Paul Manier is there, just looking for the distinctive jersey. Campenaerts is moving up to the front to get on the front and try and bring this back, as Jonas Vingegaard gets caught out there a little bit.
Derek G is in the peloton. We haven't seen Giulio Ciccone. So we're going to have a little bit of a confirmation later on, maybe with an helicopter shot of the large group that have moved clear in the front of the peloton, as Visma Lease Bike, they stopped one rider to help in the chase, another abandon.
Well, it was the wind that did that, and the fatigue and the unrelenting pace at the front has just split the peloton in half. Jake Stewart abandons.
Yeah, we were informed he was having a hard time after the crash in the second stage, battling against ribs pain and knee pain, and ultimately decided to abandon the Giro d'Italia. Very unfortunate how the Giro d'Italia unfolded for the British rider.
Well, potentially good news for Jonas Vingegaard and Giulio Pellizzari and others is that Filippo Ganna is in this group. That would, and the fact that he's seated towards the front would imply that Tiemann Arendsman must be here, as well as Egan Bernal. He's definitely there, Egan Bernal. Tiemann Arendsman, haven't actually spotted him yet, but Pellizzari is there, so it remains to be seen whether or not Filippo Ganna will work on the front. He's already invested a lot into the stage, but pretty much all of Visma Lease Bike are in this group, if not the entire team. A lot of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe riders as well. They've got, surely this group have got the firepower to get to the front and bring this back. But this peloton has split in half. There must be 30 or 40 riders, and there is Tiemann Arendsman. So both the Ineos, net company Ineos riders have missed the split. They're the wrong side. Felix Gall is there as well, rider 31, just in front of Tiemann Arendsman. So Pellizzari, Vingegaard, Arendsman, Bernal, Gall, to name but a few, are in this group. Enric Mas is also there.
We haven't seen Jai Hindley.
Ben O'Connor's in this group. I think what we do know is Afonso Eulalio is definitely at the front in the pink jersey, and that is some smart riding from Bahrain Victorious.
Yeah. Don't know whether if he was intentional or just happened, but
good positioning, whatever. Yeah. Attentiveness.
He's racing so far very good, Afonso Eulalio. As this trio up front haven't been caught back yet, but it's not an even collaboration at the back, but the group is incredibly large.
Yeah, it is. I wonder who is riding on the front of that, let's call it, well, it's Group 2 on the road, but the front of the peloton.
It's technically
How many Bahrain Victorious riders are in that group, and have they got the numbers to try and keep the rest of the bunch at bay? This is the second group on the road, the chase group, so to speak. Bahrain Victorious have got 2 riders at least there into a headwind, as well as the Maglia Rosa himself.
As the wind picks up a lot. Jai Hindley is in there as well.
There he is, rider 121
with Mick van Dijk. So a good position for him. That's why at the back the teams with such Visma Lease Bike, they have to work, because this is a dangerous move also from Jai Hindley. Good positioning for the Australian.
ferocious headwind here, isn't it? You can see it in their body language. This is really, really tough conditions, but it's hard for this group at the front. It's just as hard for the remainder of the peloton, for the Vingegaard group. They're going to be burning a lot of matches. If they bring this back, it's going to cost them. Now let's see if the helicopter can reveal what the gap looks like.
There's also a little Trek rider at the back. I think it might be Sobrero and not Ciccone.
So Lidl Trek might come to the rescue. But those three riders at the front, Michael Bjerg, Jonathan Narvaez and Timo Arensman, have flown the coop. They have gone. Oh, and that is the first...
Leknesund.
Leknesund. What did I say? Arensman. Thank you. Andreas Leknesund. They have flown the coop. They've gone. They've opened up a gap. And who is doing the work at the front of this group?
I think it's
Bahrain Victorious with at least two riders there.
And now appears the peloton is now much closer, so I think soon, because there is a big commitment behind from Visma Lease Bike, I think more because of the presence of Jai Hindley rather than Eulalio, and they had to shut this down because he might be a very dangerous move for the GC ambitions of Jonas Vingegaard, because Jai Hindley, previous Giro d'Italia winner, is in that first chasing group.
And he's in good form as well. So the best thing for this trio of riders is that Visma Lease Bike shut this down and get across to the front of the peloton, to the pink jersey group, as soon as possible. Should be fairly soon. You'll see those yellow jerseys coming into the shot, I think, underneath those trees, not too far behind. That's the main peloton with most of the favourites, with Jonas Vingegaard. Still not there, though.
Yeah, and there is no PD, there is no collaboration in there, but Jaco Alula decided to give an extra pair of legs in the chase, and it's Hatherley, no, Donaldson, my bad.
Bob Donaldson.
Donaldson, there is...
Company Ineos should work. They've got Arensman there and Bernal in this group. There's Vingegaard. His team is doing the work on the front low, and they are bit by bit bringing theirs. Giulio Pellittari in the white jersey. They are doing the job, but Campenaerts and the others burning a lot of energy that they wouldn't have imagined they'd needed today. And tomorrow could be a potential GC day as well as today. And they still haven't quite shut down that gap. And that front group as well is split into two.
Yeah, there's no real collaboration, and that's why we've seen Jonathan Narvaez, Michael Bjerg and Andreas Leknesund moved clear, as Jan Christen has slotted himself into a counter-attack here. I think it's Tobias Bayer once again, one of the Kopecky brothers, if I'm not mistaken, and Jan Christen. Sheffield's always launching his attack a little bit late.
Well, UAE potentially are about to place 3 riders at the front of the race in a total of 6 in the day's break. That's Campenaerts done with. As
Team Rex, I think, is...
oh, yeah, Tim Rex, as Bob Donaldson picks it up there for Jaco Alula.
And there are 4 riders in the total in the chase of the first part of the Gruppo Maglia Rosa.
9 seconds.
About to make the junction there, because there is no collaboration. A good move here by UAE Team Emirates, featuring only 5 riders at the start line of today's stage, and having
incredible.
Yeah, 3 riders very soon up front, and 2 with the main favorites, because with Jonathan Narvaez and Jan Christen, they can benefit from the job that Michael Bjerg, very powerful Danish rider, will do later on. So perfect situation for UAE Team Emirates. Can slot the 3rd victory in this Giro d'Italia.
So the split in the peloton has been brought back. Visma Lease Bike having to do the work to bring the pink jersey and Jai Hindley back to heel as the peloton split and reformed. There'll be a bit of a lull now in the pace, allowing more riders to counter-attack and try and get up the road.
No, I think we have now the breakaway of the day is going to be the 3 riders up front, plus these 3 when eventually they're going to be able to merge. But I think it's going to be too late for riders in the peloton, because once the Narvaez and Bjerg are going to be informed that this man is chasing, they're going to slow down a little bit, just allowing them to come back before restarting again. But let's not forget, in 8 kilometers we had the intermediate sprint, and right 1 kilometer after, the climb is going to start, and it's going to be time trial. team control, I think, from UAE Team Emirates.
Yeah, 3 riders out of 6 off the front, and 3 perfect riders as well. Pierre will probably play a domestique role for the more likely winners of the stage, Jan Christen and Jonathan Narvaez, and UAE couldn't have picked 2 more perfect riders for this finish than Narvaez and Christen. Especially
because the first climb of the day is going to be not too steep, only being accredited as with 3.6% of average. It's 10 kilometers long, so perfect run for Mikkel Berg to do his usual job as a domestique. Quite not yet settled at the back, but I think seems like too late. I don't know if the time gap is correct, because if it would be so, they should be not far. No, I don't think it's correct. I think this is more than 7 seconds gap. Very smart move by Jan Christen in here.
A master stroke by UAE Team Emirates. They've played their cards really well to this point. No guarantees at all in this fascinating stage. We're 8 kilometers from the day's intermediate sprint, and then they turn and they're straight away into the first climb of the day.
And to be seen, because there is a lot of room for the GC teams now to control till the line, because with only 60 kilometers, once they're gonna hit the bottom of the first climb, it's not gonna be long till the finale. So we might as well have a GC battle today. That's for sure, and maybe the GC will go also for the stage victory.
The peloton at 43 seconds now. That's the biggest gap that any breakaway group has had so far, and this is the front of the race. Mikkel Bjerg, Andreas Leknesson, Norwegian national champion from Uno X Mobility, the former Maglia Rosa of the Giro d'Italia, with another former Maglia Rosa in Jonathan Narvaez on the wheel. This is the chase group.
And I think Jan Christen has been informed not to help in the chase, as he stopped working with Tobias Bayer and Thomas Kopecky. And I think they are about to stop, because with Jan Christen on the wheel, they decided it was too hard to catch the trio up front. So 3 riders leading the day. So Jonathan Narvaez, Mikkel Bjerg.
It's hardly a peloton that's shut down, is it, Jacopo? Look at the front of it. Now, have they left it too late? There's a 45-second gap to get across to the front of the race. It's Garofoli. No, it's who is it from Soudal Quickstep? It's
Raccagni.
Raccagni.
I think it's too much of a hard job to shut this down, but another team missing from the, I mean, all
So
teams are actually,
missing.
yeah.
Jonathan Milan on the march. Where's the Maglia Ciclamino? Milan getting closer now to this sprint. Can't see Paul Magnier in this shot particularly, but Milan is towards the front.
For the first time,
yeah,
maybe, because he was always much present. But it seems like they're slowing down, allowing the gap growing to benefit of the trio. Visit Malta going off with 2 riders, followed by Tudor, and again UAE Team Emirates. It might be Arrieta this time.
Tonelli, Mirko Maestri. Haven't got quite enough power though, really, to get free.
Be mission impossible to shut a gap of 48 seconds. It's going to be either with a large group moving clear or in the climb, but I think this is call on army for much more GC contenders.
Almost a minute's advantage now. 5.5 kilometers to go to the day's intermediate sprint. Paul Magnier, I think, won't be that fussed about Jonathan Milan now, because it looks like the first 3 places in the intermediate sprint have gone. So 12, 8 and 5 points will be swept up by these 3 riders almost certainly. They won't be brought back in the next 5.2 kilometers. So Magnier can relax. The best that Milan can do at the moment probably is pick up 3 points. And Magnier would, I think, happily concede those. Shouldn't underestimate Leknesson in this group. I know that UAE Team Emirates have the numerical advantage, but he's a good rider, Andreas Leknesson, and he's been on good form at this Giro d'Italia. He's been attacking day after day. Unibet Rose Rockets. Wattpool's being piloted by his teammate Niklas Larsen.
Was presenti at the front for Visit Malta. duo for Groupama FDG United. One of them is Jacobs. The other, I think, is Koens.
Mifsud as well from Polti Visit Malta. 2 from Groupama FDJ as well.
The gap is growing. 4.4 kilometers before the sprint in Cupra Marittima. It's a little bit of helicopter shots, but the gap is growing. Is to be seen, because still it's going to be hard if a group of riders that goes on the attack trying to bridge across, but it's not impossible that the GC team will start to be on the move and chase them down, because they spend a lot of energy. Definitely the trio, Michael Bjerg, we remember, it's Michael Bjerg and Jonathan Narvaez, both from UAE Team Emirates, and Andreas Leknesund for UNOX Mobility. But the peloton is now 54 seconds. Some riders, as you see on the image, are still are able to move clear ahead. It seems like a large group is forming here at the front, but they need to find a bit of cohesion. As another rider from UAE Team Emirates, the winner of the other day, Igor Arrieta, is part of it. Unibet Rose Rockets, Mifsud, Van den Bosch from Soudal Quickstep. We're back at the front of the race. It's still strong wind, as you can hear, and the sound is definitely challenging for the riders, because it's been blowing in their face the whole time. They're going to be a little bit more into the inland once they're going to hit the beginning of climbs. As we see in the other image is the start of the Giro E. It was in the exact same place the riders are now, in Grottammare. 51 seconds in the meantime, while we follow, because at the back a large group is forming, and if they find the right collaboration, here is on your image on the left, I think Corby Strong might be there as well. Unibet Rose Rockets, a lot of power use here, because I think Wout Poels might be part of it. Yeah, it was appearing at the back. It is Pinarello for NSN. 2 riders for Polti Visit Malta, Spais, Pesenti. Again is Simone Gualdi, been on the attack the whole day. UNOX Mobility might be Vernes. Arrieta was not collaborating because he has
it's a big group to get organised, this, isn't it?
Yeah, if they get job done, though, they stand a chance to rejoin the front. A lot of Polti Visit Malta 3 riders.
Mifsud, Pesenti, and another rider.
I think it's might be Maestre by the size and the 8th of the rider. Bardiani, Juliansen. The peloton has stopped. Definitely, that's a clear indication they open up a spread across the road. So this is going to be the chasing group. Corbin Strong.
Corbin Strong is a very well-suited rider. Might be a little bit too hard for Corbin Strong, these series of climbs, but unless you're in it, you're never going to find out. So NSN have got representation in this big chase group. It was almost a peloton in its own right.
Yeah,
so
it's
25 riders, maybe?
Yeah, a large group, and the peloton finally stopped. But they're not far. I mean, once they're going to hit the bottom of the climb, still.
It's going to kick off again fairly soon, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe. As you see, immediately, there is a team riding at the front.
Well, I wonder if there's anybody who's on GC, even on the margins of GC up the road. There's so many riders there, Jacopo.
I haven't quite seen anybody from the GC, but once we're going to have the numbers, we're going to know a little bit more. As it seems like Bahrain Victoria started immediately. I wonder if it's the right choice, because this might, call for action from the GC contenders, because they might see the possibility of a stage victory today. It's going to be battle. This we know for sure, because the climb itself, the finale, it's definitely a good chance to shake a little bit. The GC is not going to be huge margins nonetheless, but if you have a chance of going off also for the stage victory, well, why not give it a try? So I don't know if it's again the right call for Bahrain, as it seems they're the team right now controlling, followed by Bisma bike.
Did a lot of work yesterday, didn't they? But bottom left on your screen, you can see the way the Maglia Ciclamino stands as we approach 1 kilometre to go to the day's intermediate sprint. And interestingly, Jonathan Narvaez, who's not going to win the Maglia Ciclamino, I don't think, but he starts today in 4th place. I think that Jonathan Narvaez should probably cross the line in 1st place here and pick up another 12 points, just to move up the standings into 3rd place in that competition. As they approach the sprint, Leknesund on the wheel, Bjerg, and the race favourite for today, if this break stays away, and that's Jonathan Narvaez. Unpredictable to know how Leknesund versus Narvaez on this series of climbs might play out. And don't discount the chase group at 42 seconds. If they can get themselves organised, they've got so much numerical superiority that they could yet hunt this trio down. So many different permutations on this fascinating day of racing still to come. And really, as soon as we looked at today's parcours, looked at the profile, looked at the race route, we all sort of understood that this arch here for the intermediate sprint really signals the beginning of the race. We've had so much action to this point, but now the final is engaged. 59 kilometers to go when they get to the sprint. 60k at this point.
I mean,
yeah, looks round, and this is it. As soon as they're through here, the climbing begins and the race really starts.
We haven't done yet 2 hours of racing, and the average is still 50 per hour, 95 kilometers in 1 hour 54 minutes. So that's giving an indication of us. And furious it was the whole day as Andreas Leknesund, uncontested, crosses the line of the intermediate in 1st position, followed by Narvaez and Mikkel Bjerg.
So Narvaez picks up a further 8 points in the Maglia Ciclamino that he won't be particularly bothered about. But interesting that Narvaez is featuring so highly in that competition. 3 and 1 remain for the next 2 riders over the line from this group. Doesn't look like there's too much organisation in this group at the moment. They've got 42 seconds to make up.
Yes, I think they're all waiting. The only hopes they have is to, you know, do the climb full gas the next one and hoping to rejoin. But the peloton at the same time at the back is haven't quite settled, and at 1:25 I think is still not out of possibilities that we're gonna see the GC contenders go for the stage victory.
It's actually 4 Polti Visit Malta riders in this group, so they really have got the biggest number of riders, of teammates in that group. They should probably get themselves organised and do most of the riding on the front now, as that time gap goes out now, 45 seconds, so they're losing time to the front of the race. And the peloton, as you say, is not too far behind.
No. We saw before there was Bahrain victorious leading the way. We've seen if they're still...
Paul Magnier, content, just sitting on the wheels. He knows that Jonathan Milan hasn't managed to increase his advantage, or sorry, close the gap in the Maglia Ciclamino. So good day for Paul Magnier to this point.
And here they are.
Different roads. They've left the coast road, the big highway, up onto these rutted little single-track country roads and up into the more rolling terrain. And the first climb, it's the Montefiore dell'Aso climb. They go over the top at 48.7, 10 kilometers from here. This is the left-hand turn. Total change of direction now. The wind coming over their right shoulders from the northeast. Magli, Marcellusi from Bardiani, Cyril Bart and Johan Jacobs in this group. Gualdi from Lotto Intermarché. Pinarello of Team NSN. Corbin Strong, David Gonzalez and Fabio van den Bosch of Soudal. Chris Juliensen of Jayco. Chris Hamilton, the climber. Van den Broek as well from... Picnic Postenel, Mirko Maestri, Mifsud and Pezzenti, all from Polti Visit Malta. Arietta is there from UAE. Larson and Pools from Unibet Rose Rockets. And Johannes Koolset of Uno X. Not entirely sure that's a complete list. I think there is another Polti Visit Malta rider in there as well. It's Mifsud who's riding on the front at the moment.
Yeah, according to... we might have Bais Maestri, Mifsud and Pezzenti in the peloton. As the peloton as well is about to reach the foot of the climb. Let me see who's at the front riding at this moment. It just seems like controlling the positions. To be seen, this is, I think, like a the pivoting point of today's stage, because if the peloton is now, it has to start immediately to ride, then it's an indication some of the GC contenders want to go for the stage victory.
Yep.
If they is now going to slow down because the road itself allows them to do so, there's a clear message like we won't contest for the today's stage victory. Doesn't mean it won't be battle, but not for the today's stage.
I think the team possibly to look out for is Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, isn't it, to take control of the box.
They haven't spent any energy because when there was a brief moment where the peloton was split in two, they had Jai Hindley at the front, so it was up to Visma Leasebike and Jacob Lula to control their attack. And if they want to do so, I think they have also the riders to do and trying to shake a little bit the GC.
So these three riders still sharing the work equally. Andreas Lekmarsund, of course, on his own. UAE Team Emirates with 66% of the front of the race. But the time gap between the peloton and the front of the race is not changing massively. What is changing is that the peloton is edging ever closer to that chase group. And even though that chase group is as big as it is, there will still be teams and riders who've missed out. And so if the peloton comes a little bit closer to that chase group, it's only 30 seconds now separating them. As you can see, the team cars haven't been called in. There's the peloton. And it's being controlled by Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. I don't know, a white jersey, it's hard to see.
Look, maybe like Movistar?
Possibly. Yeah, have they got a rider in that chase group? I'm not sure they have. They haven't, so they've missed it. So that would make total sense that Movistar are going to bring the peloton back to that chase group at 59 seconds. They're going to make up 25 seconds. Ivan Garcia Cortina is the rider on the front. Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, though, not too far behind with 4 riders, including Jai Hindley. Giulio Pellizzari's not towards the front, but
that's
Nico Dents is there, and so too is Tim van Dijk.
And EF Education Easy Post also missed the move, so that's why we got the presence of Darren Rafferty. And well, I think
it's just not. No, I mean, it's just not much, is it? 1 minute and 20 seconds.
No, it's very little. On 56 kilometers to go, if Red Bull at the back starts riding, then they're gonna sweep all the riders up front in a very fast way.
7.4 testing kilometers to the top of the first categorized climb of the day. It's a category 3 climb. It's the hardest of the categorized climbs. It's worth 9 points in the King of the Mountains competition as well.
Not fair though, because what lays ahead of the riders, although they're coming. They're coming.
That big second group on the road is about to be in very quickly. It's about to be caught. Can a small group get clear off the top on this climb? Chris Hamilton, the better climbers, the purer climbers are coming to the fore now.
A lot can happen. Only 56 kilometers remaining of this fast and furious race. They just got now under the 50 kilometers per hour average, as 2 hours of racing done. 50
kilometers an hour. Now that will get slower because they've got a lot of climbing to do, and the nature of this climbing as well is short and sharp. The Marche Muri classic Tirreno Adriatico finish, characterized by its steep gradients, as Movistar launch a rider. Ivan Garcia Cortina has brought it close, and now Movistar launch a rider to try and get across to that chase group.
I think it's Lorenzo Milesi who went on the attack and tried to rejoin this group, but this group seems like doesn't quite have the legs to match the three up front. Yeah, it's Milesi indeed.
Yep.
And I was about to say EF has missed this move, but I think Darren Rafferty went on. Now it's to be seen what Red Bull and Visma Leasebike might do, but you know, the group is very close. If somebody want to rejoin this, they can do, as Wout move clear ahead, possibly the best climber among them all.
Yeah, Chris Hamilton too, Pesenti, who's the best climber for Polti Visit Malta as well. Nice to see Wout expressing himself, but there is the front of the peloton. Soudal Quickstep attacking off. There's a group of 4 or 5 riders going off the front. They've brought it so close now, opening it up to attacks. I think it's Matteo Sobrero as well from Lidl Trek, just pinging off the front of the group, and a gruppetto forming off the back already.
Another team that was missing up front is Net Company Ineos, as we saw. I think it was Magnus Sheffield. There's a gruppetto of sprinters forming with Malucelli, Ballerini.
This race is in bits. It really is. The peloton is now at 104 to the 3 riders at the front. A gruppetto is forming. The peloton itself is close to that big chase group, is being attacked by rider after rider trying to get off the front. There's a lot of yellow jerseys on the front of the peloton looking after Jonas Vingegaard. In fact, they're dictating the pace now in the bunch, but they brought it so close that the attacks are coming right over the top, and there are multiple different groups now in between the Narvaez group and the peloton.
Yeah, both pools being rejoined by 6-7 riders.
Gonzalez is there, Fabio van den Bosch.
Corbin Strong as well, 2 from Pole to Visit Malta. I think it's Pesenti and Maestri.
Cool sets from Uno X Mobility. Around about 7 or 8 riders in this group. Lorenzo Rota from Lotto.
It's Pesenti and Bais instead. But they're not far at the back. And the peloton itself seems like it slow it down, but if some riders see the opportunity, I think they might go well and try, because you see still a lot of attacks have been launched at the back. Another Movistar guy. So it seems like the 2 teams, Red Bull, Bora Hansgrohe and Visma Lease Bike, they are not interested in today's stage, because they're just trying to control the pace and their position, basically, rather than chasing down. As a couple of riders from net company Ineos, they're Conor Swift, and 96 is Svesta Barsteng. I wonder where's Magnus Sheffield, who's very active but missed out on this large group, as Milesi slotted himself already right at the front after rejoining just in the last kilometer of the peloton. João Lopez, and there is I think it's Ben Turner.
Ben Turner, yeah. And that company Ineos have got Ben Turner coming across. Milesi's just made the junction, or is just about to. This is the second group on the road that you're looking at, in between the peloton and the front of the race. Quite a big group now as the riders come together. Wout Poels had kicked it all off a little bit on the lower slopes of this long climb. Still got 5.3 kilometers of this categorized climb of Montefiore dall'Aso still to go. The peloton now letting go a little bit, but as you can see, another group of half a dozen of riders just slip up the inside, and this time there's a Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rider who's just got himself in that move.
Seems like Vlasov by the way of Perelin or Zverev.
So that teases out Victor Campenaerts to go with. There's a Jaco Alula rider searing up on the left-hand side of the road. This is becoming hard to control.
Eulalio replacing himself, quite isolated. There's just one rider behind him, which I think it might be Matthias Paschens. Eulalio sensed the danger and he wants to put himself right at Vingegaard wheel at the front, but Poels.
The American Will Barter of Tudor Pro Cycling was just gearing up to launch off the front of this bunch at 1 minute and 17 seconds to the 3 riders we haven't seen for a while. Jonathan Narvaez, Mikael Bjerre and Andreas Leknesund, and Wout Poels driving this big chase group at 48 seconds on, with Pesenti on his wheel, Fabio van den Bosch, Lorenzo Rota, Johannes Kulset just looking around to see what's happening. Lorenzo Milesi's made his way into this group. And you can see Picnic Postanel have placed a rider in it as well. It's a big group, some 25, possibly as many as 30 riders in it.
Yeah, it's looking at the back, we've seen correctly was Ben Turner. Garofoli is also part of this group.
Javier Roma and Juan Pedro Lopez as well. He's there. So Movistar have got Lorenzo Milesi, Romo, Lopez. And this is the peloton. Yeah,
there's another attacks coming by as it's all in one line, and they're not far off from the first large chasing group. Oh, Mifsud on the attack.
That's from the second group, and they watch the Maltese rider go. He's using a very steep section of the climb there. All these climbs in Marche, they're very uneven. They're the opposite of Blockhouse, aren't they? It was just a steady gradient the whole way up. These ones are so hard to read, and it helps if the riders know these climbs. And some of them, racing on in the Italian scene, will know these climbs extremely well.
Yeah, there's a famous race that's been held here in the summer as GP Capodarco. The very same climb going to be approached as a penultimate today. Mifsud decided that Montefiore dell'Aso is a perfect launch pad for his attack. I think 42 seconds to be shut down all alone. It's quite an impossible task. He might be hoping that somebody from behind is going to rejoin him, but not now. It's, a lot is happening. You cannot turn your face from the screen because the situation is a constant evolution, except for these three guys up front.
This is the only stable part of the race, isn't it, when nothing is changing. Doing a really good ride. They've got a 40-second lead over the chase group, 1 minute and 19 seconds, which is not a race-winning margin yet. Still not sure whether this is going to be a GC day or a day for the breakaway, but they're giving themselves the best possible chance. UAE Team Emirates springing a bit of a tactical masterstroke by putting Michael Bier, who just briefly waited for Jonathan Narvaez to come across to him. Andreas Leknesund, who had to battle extremely hard to get across to the UAE Team Emirates riders. And now here they are with a slightly diminishing advantage to a chase group that is after them in pursuit at 38 seconds, and a peloton that is still close. Gruppetto forming already, yellow jerseys on the front. Visma Leasebike and Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe are just trying to control this, but the attacks keep coming thick and fast from the peloton.
Yeah, because with this type of climb, they see, every time they look around, they see the chasing group right in front of them, and they, you know, this is an opportunity to rejoin them and give yourself in the position of trying something. It doesn't seem like Red Bull and Visma Leasebike had any intention of going for the stage, but they're too close to the chasing group, as this led to another attack, what it seems like to be maybe
Oh, Eulalia goes. The Pomaglia Rosa attacks, just following a move from Matteo Soprero of a Lidl Trek.
Or maybe Ciccone. It might be Oswald Ciccone. I think like the best defense for Eulalia today is the attacking. As he followed the move, spark a reaction immediately from Visma Leasebike, but they caught back.
Jonas Vingegaard in that blue jersey as well, just very vigilant there.
Yeah, it was Ciccone.
Yeah, it was, you're right, Giulio Ciccone, who was attacking early on, but Eulalia was very, very live to the possibility of attacking there, and it was a brave move from the Maglia Rosa.
Oh, he's racing good though,
isn't he just? And he's enjoying it as well, Jin. Taking the experience by the scruff of the neck. He knows that he's probably only a temporary Maglia Rosa, but he's going to exploit every opportunity while he's wearing this pink jersey.
Domestique rejoining the front of the peloton. We see Nico Denz as well, Zverev, and now Zverev is asking Visma Leasebike to spread all the riders at the front and trying to create a barrage so nobody else is be able to move clear. Remy Rochas here at the front.
And Turner, Corbin Strong.
Two riders now for EF Education Easy Post, I think, is one definitely Cepeda, the other one might be Snow Rafferty, might be Bellocchi, might be.
Could be.
We haven't seen the numbers yet of the riders, we haven't had a confirmation.
Visma Leasebike trying to restore a bit of order to an unruly peloton, but there's a group coming up on the left-hand side of the road, and Lidl Trek launching again.
I think it's Emmanuel Gebers-Gabi. That's him.
Well, a rare opportunity where he's not doing the work for someone else. He's attacking instead. Don't often see this amount of freedom for Emmanuel Gebres-Gabi, but he's got a gap. Shows a good moment there, and there's a counter-attack coming from Pinarello, Q36.5.
Finally, I think Visma Leasebike realized the only way that can have to prevent other attacks to come is open up and spread in all the width of the
block.
Yeah, trying to block, because if they still keep riding, they're just gonna have the door open to all the riders to go on the attack. The trio here regain some ground over the first. Actually, there is a third chasing group and a second, so we don't know what happened in the back.
I think this is the third chasing group. Who's in between?
The second?
This is Mifsud, who's been caught.
Was he the second? And now, yeah, he was the second as Garofoli.
Gianmarco Garofoli goes, followed by Javier Romo of Movistar.
But this lack of collaboration has just gone in the advantage of the rider up front, because they are leading with a little bit over a minute at this very point. Still far, because they're spending definitely a lot of energy, but seems like there is not quite the collaboration they were hoping at the back.
Inside the last kilometre of this climb, 50 kilometres of the stage remain. After they get over the top of this Category 3 climb, there are three more categorised climbs. There are the Red Bull kilometre to deal with, but the Montefiore dell'Aso climb is nearly done, and Romo sits on the front here from Movistar of this big chase group at 57 seconds. The peloton, the gap has grown just a little bit to them.
Garofoli launches again. I think he's hoping to create a smaller group that it's much easier to find collaboration. Larsson trying to shut it down, followed by Cepeda, Corbin Strong, and Scaroni. Where did...
Well, I think he counter-attacked just a few moments ago from the peloton, just before they slowed down. One Astana rider just clipped off the front, and it was Scaroni. So he's only just appeared there. He's played a very, there we go. They blocked the road, and that time gap, when they stopped riding here, it was 1:14, it's now 1:40. So they've really pulled on the handbrake here.
So it's not going to be GC riders going for the stage victory. But maybe later on we're going to see some attacks in between this group, but not for the stage victory. Jan Christen also appeared in the very peloton. A lot of guys who went on the counter-attack were able to rejoin the first chasing group, and we're going to give you a much more accurate list as soon as we have it.
Doesn't matter how big that chase group is, and it is enormous, the group at 54 seconds, it's still going to prove very difficult to shut this trio of riders down, isn't it?
You need a lot of commitment and possibly some, you know, if there is a team who have more than one rider, this is the only way they have is just collaborating and trying to create a momentum in the chasing group and to get closer to those riders. As Mikel Bier is going to cross the KOM and the Montefiore dell'Aus in first position, followed by Narvaez and Andreas Leknesund. Their collaboration has always been magnificent in the trio up front. Soon they're going to be going down, heading to the bottom of the climb to Monterubiano.
Yeah, the cooperation between these three, instinctive and immediate, and as a result, they are looking very, very good for their 52-second advantage. Peloton letting it go finally. I mean, we are over 100 kilometers in today's short stage, and only now did the peloton accept and pull on the handbrake. And if you're not off the front now, you're not going to be involved in the shake-up for the stage victory today. There is Christian Scaroni, smuggled himself into a late move, timed that to perfection. Had he delayed that attack just 30 seconds longer, he might have found it too hard to get across. But as it was, he only had to bridge maybe a 12-second gap on his own to get across to this big chase group, who are making inroads now into that advantage of the three riders at the front. It's down to 48 seconds.
The only problem for this group and for the riders like Scaroni, that Jan Christen is present, as well as Arieta. So in case Scaroni is going to be able to move clear, you know, in the chase, and he might as well having the legs to do so, you know, I think those guys, they're going to be able to follow him and blocking basically all the attacks that will might come from the chasing group.
Only one UAE Team Emirates rider is not at the front of the race at the moment. That's Antonio Morgado. Everybody else is there. As we look at the beautiful, beautiful hilltop town here in Marche of Montefiore dell'Aso, looking from the north to the south, the big mountains, the snow-topped mountains, still with the cold, snowy air just whipping over them. But here at a slightly lesser altitude, golden sunshine now hitting the roofs of this lovely little medieval village nestled on the top of this absolutely typical Marche hilltop town. And it's these hills and these little towns and these little villages that give the racing in Marche such a distinctive identity, as the race is rooted up and over these hills, just passing by these magnificent architectural structures, these bell towers, these Renaissance churches, and the old houses of these hilltop towns. Lovely territory here. The peloton now conceding almost 2 minutes to the front of the race, 1:54. Chase group, though, back out to 51 seconds as these three continue to do their work. Three of the strongest riders in the entire peloton, Mikel Bier, Jonathan Narvaez and Andreas Leknesund, all built for territory like this. And Bier, increasingly, the closer they get to the final flurry of climbs and the finish line, will continue to do longer and longer turns to try and keep Jonathan Narvaez off the front with Andreas Leknesund, and see what Narvaez can do to drop the Norwegian. Won't be straightforward. Leknesund is a very good climber, but has Narvaez got the explosivity on these short, sharp climbs to dispense with the Norwegian? That's what hangs in the balance there. If that trio of riders stay clear to contest the stage win. But there's still a long way to go. 45.9 kilometers, plenty of climbing, plenty can happen in between now and then. It was Bier who went over the top of the climb in first place, with Narvaez in second, and then Leknesund. Nicholas Larsen from the big chase group finished in fourth, I should say. overall climbers standings after one categorised climb today. The Cat 3 climb have not changed in the top 5 whatsoever. Jonas Vingegaard still has that 1-point lead that he could probably do without, to be honest, to Diego Sevilla, who hasn't been able to move today. He is not represented in that chase group at 55 seconds.
Bjerg approaching here safely the corner. I mean, not the best descender of the three. But soon it's going to be time again to go up Monterubiano.
He's already started doing longer and longer turns on the front though, Jacopo. I think the closer he gets to the finish line, the more work that Michael Bjerg is going to be doing.
The only problem for this trio, if they can manage to keep Michael Bjerg within the front group, because there is from the Red Bull kilometer till the bottom of the climb to Capodarco, there is roughly 10 kilometers that can go really in favor of a larger group. So still yet to settle. 1 minute at 44 kilometers, far from being decided this stage.
Here's the chase group. Fabio van den Bosch, 2 riders from Unibet Rose Rockets, including Nicholas Larsen, who crested the first climb of the day in 4th place at the front of this chase group. At that point, though, the time gap between the first 2 groups on the road was 48 seconds. It's gone back out to 57 seconds. On the descent, the trio are making their gains again over this big chase group of, what do we think, 22 riders, something like that?
Yeah, even more, probably even more. Bigger. It's been accredited by 40. According to Inter, I think it's a little bit overestimated, but definitely a large group nonetheless.
Somewhere in between 20 and 40, let's call it 30.
Yeah. Garofoli, as very often, is very aggressive in the descent. He's trying to create a little group that should go clear with him. He knows he cannot close this gap all alone, but he's hoping to create some opportunities to move clear with a smaller group.
Have you been impressed by Garofoli, of what you've seen of him in the Giro so far? He's been very willing, hasn't he? He's been involved in the race. He's been attacking.
Very aggressive, yeah, and he was part of the breakaway that went to the line in the stage of Potenza, but always present when he was about to go on the attack. So the back is Bahrain victorious, controlling, followed by Bismaliza bike. Just one rider used by the Bahrain team as they regather. I haven't seen Eulalio, but maybe a little bit more into the peloton. They pass as well the arch of 45 kilometers to go. 2 minutes 20, slowing down, allowing the breakaway to go clear. So I think it's a clear indication. Won't be contesting for this today victory, the GC group.
Jonathan Narvaez then finds himself in a position here at the Giro d'Italia where he is a strong favourite to take the victory if this group can stay clear. At the moment, the chase isn't really organised. It's just one rider who's just chinned off the front of this big chase group. It's Gianmarco Garofoli. Got a slender lead over the big chase group, all on his own. Soudal Quick-Step rider's going to have his work cut out to shut down a 51-second gap all on his own as they approach the Monte Rubiano climb. If he's got a possibility of getting across to the front, he's going to have to make use of his climbing prowess and really launch on this next climb, isn't he? Monte Rubiano, he's going to have to really attack it to try and make inroads on that 50-second time gap.
Yeah, but everything depends as well on Michael Bjerg at the front, because if he can manage and he still have energy to overcome this climb, this can change a lot and reshaping how the race will go on. But for the moment, seems like the Danish rider, the stronger and powerful Danish rider, is everything under control.
Soudal Quick-Step, relatively new signing, Gianmarco Garofoli, signed last year for the Soudal Quick-Step team, highly rated Italian youngster. A lot of teams were interested in his signature, and he's beginning to find his feet racing for Soudal Quick-Step. It's the Unibet Rose Rockets who are doing the work on the front of the third group on the road now.
And they are already at the earliest slope of the climb.
41.2 racing kilometres left on today's firework of a stage, and that is absolutely how the race organisers intended it when they designed this stage. The Tirreno Adriatico stage, 156 short kilometres. What they couldn't have anticipated was that the breakaway wouldn't go until over 2 hours of racing all the way through the first or the only intermediate sprint of the day. Still got 3 climbs to go. The last 2 climbs, the Capodarco and the Fermo climb, all within the last 10 kilometres of today's stage.
And they're very nasty ones, especially the last one, the arrival in Fermo. It's incredibly hard and steep, despite it doesn't feature many kilometers in length. Garofoli hasn't quite made the impact he was hoping, as he's still at 52nd. He's matching the same speed as the 3 rider up front.
He's waiting for the climb. What can Garofoli do on the climb? Can he start to eat into that 51-second advantage? Jefferson Cepeda was setting the pace in the what remains of that big chase group.
Doesn't look like a fast speed for the chasing group at the moment.
Magnus Sheffield and Christian Scaroni sitting 4th and 5th there. Igor Arrieta with them. Juan Pedro Lopez, who's been very active today. The Movistar man, one of 3 Movistar riders in this group, including Lorenzo Milesi and Javier Olmo. So if it's Lopez that they're riding for today, he's got 2 strong rouleurs to help him set up whatever he's got planned for the day. But first of all these riders have to get across to the front of the race as we look at the peloton coming over this bridge, crossing the river Aso that gives the previous climb, the Montefiore dell'Aso, its name. A braided river, these stony riverbed. The water level's quite low, but they'll have been slightly filled by the torrential downpour that we had in this area not so long ago. Sun is back out now, but we've had heavy rain off and on today. Again,
this is the chasing group led by EF Education Easy Post as Milesi goes off the front, followed by Jefferson Cepeda. Strong ride by the Italian Milesi. He was not featuring in the chasing group, but then eventually attacking the main peloton and being able to rejoin. He's been living a very good shape in this beginning of the Giro d'Italia.
It's a powerful acceleration, wasn't it? He dropped it down into a big gear and just rode away, broke the elastic and got a gap straight away. Counter-attack coming from Kupama and from
Scaroni, I think he was on the move. Surprisingly, I haven't seen yet Jan Christen or Igor Arrieta controlling and policing at the back.
Well, you need a strong group of maybe 4 or 5 riders to get off the front there, and maybe that's it. Remy Rochas, Christian Scaroni, and
Garofoli up front, and
yep, Lorenzo Milesi as well with Jefferson Cepeda. If those 5 riders can get together, then perhaps they can start to eat into this almost minute advantage that Narvaez, Mikel Bier, and Andreas Leknesund have over the second group. Peloton's not too far behind, but they've definitely let go now. 2:52, almost a 3-minute advantage for all these attackers off the front. And you can scan the QR code at the bottom right of your screen to vote for today's most attacking rider. Blimey, there's a lot of choice there. Yeah. Be very hard to pick a winner of that competition. Whoever does, though, wins a small cash prize and gets to wear the red Dossard number in tomorrow's final stage before the second rest day of the Giro d'Italia. Second of 3, of course. There'll be 3 rest days in this year's race, which started in Bulgaria, and after 3 days of racing there was an imposed rest day in which the race had to get from Bulgaria to reboot in Italy. And we are just coming towards, well, it's the penultimate stage of the first block of Italian racing. So, Milesi, Rojas, we've got a counter-attack from, I think, Pesenti or Mifsud on Polti Visit Malta. He's got across to that group on the road. Unibet Rose Rockets have missed it.
Scaroni didn't quite make it.
Yeah, maybe the legs aren't quite there today for Scaroni. Oh, that was Thomas Silva, actually, wasn't it? So maybe Scaroni is across at the front. Garofoli, Rochas, Cepeda, Milesi, Coulset, I think. Scaroni's back in that chase group. So XDS Astana don't have representation at the front of the race just yet. So, Javier Olmo, I think, is going across to the second group on the road. Garofoli still hasn't quite just been caught yet, but it won't be long before Garofoli is in this group. Yeah, it is Javier Romo coming across.
Jan Christian appears, finally. We were expecting the Swiss rider controlling the situation.
I think he's got Thomas Silva on his wheel. Good strong ride as you'd expect from Jan Christian.
UAE Team Emirates definitely a lot of choice of deciding how to unfold, and finally the car being granted the chance to moving up front as this group of 5 riders about to rejoin Garofoli.
But just shows it's just they're making no impact whatsoever on that time gap because to the front of the race.
Yeah, they keep accelerating and decelerating, and this is with a coast as you know, the legs, I think they start screaming for all the riders. Been a furious beginning of the stage, and at the front they could benefit from a much even and controlled pace. Fast one, but controlled, and can make a lot of difference.
Team of the Maglia Rosa has control of the front end of the peloton. It's Robert Stannard and Fran Mihailovic who they pass within 40 kilometres, so they're 1.5 kilometres down on the front of the race, where the trio of riders at the front are just over 1.5 kilometres from the top of the second categorised climb of the day, the Monte Rubiano climb. Average speed is tumbling away a little bit, but it could not have been maintained at close to 52 kilometres an hour, not when the race settled down like it is and they entered the hills, but it's still a mighty 47 kilometres an hour at this point.
Back at the front, finally receiving some assistance from the team car, UAE Team Emirates.
Yeah, Leknesund being offered a water bottle by the UAE Team Emirates Director Sportif, looking after Leknesund because he is integral to the success at the moment of that 3-rider group who has the front of the race. Had to battle really hard, Andreas Leknesund, to get across. When Michael Pierre and Jonathan Narvaez got together, it took him an awful lot of effort to get across to the UAE Team Emirates duo, but as soon as he latched on, he started sharing the work equally with the 2 riders with whom he found himself there. But he is at a disadvantage because he is outnumbered 2-1 by UAE Team Emirates.
1 kilometer till the top of Monte Rubiano climb. Michael Pierre getting a bit of body stress, but I think Narvaez is well aware and he wants to keep the Danish with him. He needs to keep it with him because he cannot move all alone, or with just Andrea Leknesund will sacrifice his, the presence of 2 riders, plus losing a strong rouleur for when they're gonna hit a much easier slopes.
Outside our commentary box, the wind is whipping some of the flowers off the trees in bloom in front of us. It is another very windy day in Italy. I think it's the 4th day of strong winds that we've had in this race. It's not a race you associate with endless windy days, the Giro d'Italia, but this edition is very windy indeed, as the big Jace group gets split into 3 or 4 different parts.
It's the presence of Jan Christian that definitely is kind of discouraging them to go more on the attack, because they don't want to spend too much energy, and you know, having him on the wheel, it's a serious contender for on a stage like today.
Jefferson Cepeda, a VF Education Easy Post pure climber that he is skipping away from the second group on the road. In pursuit, it's Gianmarco Garofoli, who gets onto the wheel of the Ecuadorian.
It seems like nobody's really able to make an impact so far.
No, it's bits and pieces of riding, isn't it? And it's not concerted, it's not structured, and it's not, frankly, strong enough at the moment to get across to the 3 riders at the front, who'll be increasingly confident that their stage winner will come from one of them. There's Jan Christian, the other card to play for UAE Team Emirates in that chase group. Narvaez is doing most of the climb. You can see Pierre is suffering more than the other 2 on this climb, as they winch their way to the top of the climb. Not too far to go now. Wow.
A baby enjoying a bit of emotion in there. The toddler. Future cyclist. They're on top.
100 metres to go now for Jonathan Narvaez, Mikel Bjerre and Andreas Legnesund. The second categorised climb of the day, Monte Rubiano. Go over the top with 36.8 kilometres to go. That's the top of the climb. Narvaez will roll over in first place and pick up another 3 points in the King of the Mountains competition.
So it's Narvaez. Mikel Bjerre really in distress, but he made it till the top. He's gonna dig himself in the next kilometers. And Andreas Leknesund also didn't quite look as fresh as you might expect from the stronger Norwegian rider. He's gonna start the descent now.
Quite a long descent, and then a couple of uncategorised climbs, not of the length or the difficulty of Monte Rubiano or indeed Montefiore d'Aso, but nevertheless notable little climbs, one of which has the Red Bull kilometre on the top of it. And when they get to that second little uncategorised climb, there'll be 24 kilometres remaining. And then it's pretty much downhill and then flat all the way to the foot of the Capodarco climb, which begins at around about 10 kilometres, 9.5 kilometres to go.
From what it looks now, it seems like Narvaez has the better legs of the 3 riders up front, but to be see if somebody from the back will be able to surge and emerge, you know, being able to chase as Scaroni or Silva haven't quite no, it's Silva leading the way on the top, but everybody's there. You see there's no real collaboration here. That's why also they not being able to gain any ground on the front of the race, as Javier Romo moving clear ahead, but lone rider won't be able to shut down this gap.
It's curious, isn't it, Jacopo, that the teams haven't thought this through almost. I mean, maybe it's on strength and they're all just on their limits, such a hard race. But there are so many teams here who've got double representation or even triple representation for Movistar. You'd have thought with a bit of coordination, they might have been able to figure that out, but maybe it's on strength as well, and some of these riders just aren't able to contribute at the moment.
I think the race itself was so furious that legs are not, I mean, it's been till now 2 hours 30 racing, 47.7 average. They're flying over the...
They've been over 2 climbs as well.
Yeah, so I think in general they're very much suffering, and it's not going to be easy to find the energy, because I think some of them, they might have the energy to get it close, but if you don't create the right combination again, and the chasing group is going to be impossible, because every time they're going to go and trying to move clear, I think Jan Christen and Egor Arrieta are going to be there policing and trying to, you know, put them not in the right situation to chase.
Well, the Giro E gives you a little sneak preview of what the finish line looks like, and the approach to the finish line as well. We just saw with these riders.
Chiappucci, Bugno, no, Chiappucci, Bugno, my bad, very big mistake here. Gianni Bugno.
Alessandro Ballan as well, one of the riders here with the electric bike ride. But you can see some of the cobblestones. That's 400 meters to go. They turn right-handed there off the cobblestones in the main piazza here, and then it's straight up for around about 250, maybe 300 meters, a very steep ramp before a final right-hand turn where the road just eases off slightly, and behind them the Marche countryside unfolds, and it's a very picturesque finish here, just outside the cathedral on the top of the hilltop of Fermo. Lovely dark blue skies, gives the impression it's a lovely warm summery day here. It's not really, as we leave Monte Rubiano behind us, yet another Marche hilltop town.
We're now in the province of Fermo, Macerata, 2 main cities of this part of Marche.
You can see the bad weather is never too far away today, is it? Over in the mountains there in the distance, it is pouring with cold rain. You can see the effects of the rainfall just falling out of those dark skies, but sunshine here at Monte Rubiano for now.
And 14 degrees, as you can clearly see. That's definitely a chilly day.
There's another big rainstorm there, isn't there? Just in the valley beneath.
It should be dry till the finish line, as now there are 32 kilometers to go, so should be all fine for the riders. Romo still in the pursuit all alone, but the impact he has made in this descent so far is just a mere 6 seconds, not much. for the Spaniard to hope on catching the rider up front. If nobody moves and join him from the back, it's going to be mission impossible.
He's perhaps only got a couple of kilometres of descending before he's going to start climbing again, and it's these two uncategorised climbs. Not particularly steep, these ones, although the climb to the actual Red Bull kilometre looks quite steep. He's gone clear, and when the road goes around a corner or two, he does appear to be out of sight of the rest of the chase group, so it's a good attack, but is it good enough to get him across a 54-second gap? He might have maybe 10 seconds, 8 seconds over the bunch. A long, long way to go if he's going to get across to the front of the race.
Here with the peloton, led by Visma Bike. Jonas Vingegaard in third position. Eulalio reappeared. He was not on camera before, but he's there, seated comfortably.
Tim Rex doing the pace setting with Timo Kielich.
And stay in touch, because this group, as the parkour itself, you know, you have to dig deep. They're gonna try and, I mean, distance the other opponents. It's not gonna be huge margins between them, but some of them will try.
Jonas Vingegaard will be wary of that in the blue jersey. The leader of the King of the Mountains competition, Jonas Vingegaard, by one tiny point from Diego Sevilla. Today, though, wary that there could be a GC shake-up. Visma Bike just holding that group. They're not letting it go out massively. It's only 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Enough, though, for these three riders, or indeed the chasers, if they can get across, to be pretty certain, to be confident of taking the stage between them. And increasingly, as we get to within 30 kilometres of the finish line, these three will be thinking it's going to be one of us. I don't think Mickey Bjerg will necessarily be one of them. He's not the purest of the climbers. He's a bigger rider, the Danish, than the other two, although Andreas Leknesund is a tall rider. Jonathan Narvaez is such a compact, shrewd little rider, just unclipping that, shaking his foot out. When we arrived at the finish line here in Fermo, parked the car down towards the bottom of the final climb and walked up. I think it was then, Jacopo, that we looked at one another and just went, well, this is Jonathan Narvaez, isn't it? It just feels like that. It felt like that before the race got underway. And Narvaez increasingly will be thinking, this suits me down to the ground. Yeah,
and as it looks, seems like the best or the rider of the two has the most energies as Leknesund. You see, seems like also in the descent, when you see there is gap opening, it's because you're not quite fresh as you would think. It seems quite in distress, the Norwegian national champion, sorry.
Up they go. These are the uncategorized climbs, bottom right on your screen that I was talking about. It's almost one climb with a little tiny descent in it, but they've got to get over these little lumps and bumps for a few kilometers. Fairly steep it is, because everything in Marche tends to be this steep in these hilltop towns.
Javier Romo has get himself some second, as he now sits at 49 seconds, but faces tells you a lot how much he's spending for this, and is not making the impact as fast as you would imagine.
How hard he's had to work just to get off the front of that bunch and hold on to his, whatever it is, 7 or 8 second advantage over the bunch.
Remy Rochas goes on the attack, followed by Lorenzo Milesi.
Milesi following. Alessandro Pinarello, I think, from NSN.
There's no real coordination or cohesion in this group.
No.
They kept attacking each other and stopping. It's going to go all in favor of the three riders, the leaders of today's stage. I think they might be something like 25, 30 seconds behind Romo, which is there on your screen.
Well, he's got a good lead over that group, hasn't he? But it's still a huge gap that he's got to try and bridge across to on his own. Powerfully built rider. Not, you wouldn't say a pure climber, Javier Romo. So he's got it up against him a little bit here. Big man, Javier Romo, all alone on the road and faced with the daunting prospect of having to ride down Jonathan Narvaez, Mikel Bjerg and Andreas Leknesund at the front of the race. They are, in turn, 4.5 kilometres from the Red Bull kilometre with its cash prize and its bonus seconds that won't mean too much to any of the riders at the front of the race. Yep. Not about the GC today.
No, but they almost come on a standing still position, the chasing group, the third group of chasers.
Milesi on the wheel of Remy Rochas. Then two of the riders from Polti visit Malta. They've got four in this chase group. Mattia Bais being the rider with, I think it was Thomas Pesenti on his wheel.
There's an attack, seems like, by two riders of Bahrain. No, I think it's just the approach of the descent how they did from Bahrain victorious.
Yeah, we're looking at the main peloton. Two Bahrain victorious riders have just opened up a almost incidental, accidental gap or a lead over their teammate and over the remains of the bunch.
Yeah, it's Frami Olivic and Edoardo Zambanini, the Italian. Background, I think, is Damiano Caruso, third wheel, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
And there's their team leader for now, Afonso Eulalio, all in pink for a third consecutive day. Eulalio, after taking the pink jersey in that dramatic fashion in Potenza, an amazing day when both he and Igor Arrieta crashed, and Arrieta won the stage. Since then, Eulalio has been full of fight, defending the jersey yesterday on Blockhouse, although conceding half of his advantage, but still with a lead of over 3 minutes in the general classification. Feast your eyes on this, though. This is Fermo. This is the finish line of today's race. A hilltop town with a cathedral on the top. And this ancient library here, part of an exhibition that you can visit, books dating back to the 17th century, encapsulating all the world's knowledge, including a spinning globe of the known world at that point. A real gem of a town here, hilltop town, Fermo. And in terms of racing, a hilltop town that has hosted many stages of Tirreno Adriatico as recently as 2022, when Warren Barguil tasted victory here. 5 years prior to that, in 2017, it was Peter Sagan who won a stage here in Tirreno Adriatico. And in the Giro Donne, the women's Giro d'Italia, the last winner here was none other than Marianne Vos. Remember, the Giro Donne, the women's Giro d'Italia, that usually historically has taken place in July, for the first time in its history has switched its place in the calendar and begins on the final weekend of the men's Giro d'Italia. So a complete reboot for the women's Giro d'Italia this year. As Remy Rochas doing a lot of work on the front here with Gianmarco Garofoli on his wheel, but to no great effect. And Javier Romo, who brought the time gap down to 49 seconds at best, is starting to lose time to the front of the race and starting to pay for his initial effort. And is making he's starting to look round rather than ahead of him on the road. And so Romo, I think, will be swept up by the chase group fairly soon. Yeah, I think today's stage is going to be disputed by the three riders up front. It's going to be very hard believing now that somebody has the leg. Seems like everybody's on the edge, and all of them spent a lot in the pursuit of getting into the right breakaway. I thought for a moment, the two Astana riders, Silva and Scaroni, they managed to get in touch with them just at the very end of the first climb, so you would expect them to have a little bit more energy, but I think nonetheless it cost them a lot to be there, and it seems like they doesn't have quite what it takes now to shut down the gap on Narvaez, Bjerg and Leknesund, which are now on your screen. Always Narvaez leading the way. He knows that he's the best at this point of the trio, and he's more than glad to do the job at this point, leaving them for much more collaboration when the road is easier. It's been noticeable, hasn't it, that Andreas Leknesund is doing less and less on the flat roads. Before we got to the climbs, he was content to share the work, although he moves to the front now. It's a much smarter move, to, I don't know if he's faking that he's tired in a slightly Campanaz move, but in his position I will not spend too much, because you have to face two riders, and one of them is a very punchy one, won already a stage here at this Giro, Jonathan Narvaez, so I will try to preserve as much as possible. In the meantime, it's interesting to see how hard Bahrain Victorious are riding in the peloton. they are basically going at the same pace as the front of the race. They're not allowing the gap to go out to 5 or 6 minutes. They are keeping it relatively tight. They've stabilized that time gap at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. There's nobody of any remote threat to Eulalio off the front of the race. The best placed rider in that big 33 rider group, the third group on the road, is Christian Scaroni at 5 minutes and 23 seconds. But Bahrain Victories are riding pretty hard here.
Yeah, it seems like Eulalio's kept racing with confidence, because also yesterday, I mean, they were at the front controlling the stage, allowing the GC contenders go for the victory. And there's Jonas Vingegaard in blue jersey of KOM, the best climber so far of this Giro d'Italia. For the moment, the classification won't change as Narvaez is up the front, and it's not going to be enough for, even if he will score the whole KOM in here, to take the position of Vingegaard. As again, it's been placed at the front.
1 kilometre to go to the Red Bull kilometre. Or rather, we should say they're in the Red Bull kilometre and approaching the finishing line, where there are 6 bonus seconds in 500 meters. 15 points in the Red Bull standings. I don't think any of these riders are remotely bothered by any of the rewards on offer here at the Red Bull kilometre, which is at the top of a steep little climb here. Nasty, vicious little uphill here. Very, very sharp gradients off that short descent. And Michael Bier spinning a very small gear to get themselves up this muro here in Marche.
And it's going to be the last one before the 2 last climbers of Capodarco and Fermo. So they better stay all together, because after this, if they can ride the whole tree together, it's going to be much better to hold off the chasers, because it's going to be roughly 10 kilometers of a slight descent towards the beginning of the climb to Capodarco.
Oh, this is as steep as anything they'll have to deal with today. There's no official gradient that we know of on this uncategorized climb towards the Red Bull kilometre, but you can see it for yourself. They're climbing here in the smallest gears available to them at barely walking pace. Really steep double-digit climb here. Michael Bier setting a pace that he can sustain all the way to the top. Leknesson looking a little bit uncomfortable on this short, sharp climb, and Narvaez looking like he could, if he wanted to, punch clear and attack from here, but he wants to keep this group together.
He looks so fresh compared to the other two.
Doesn't he? He really does. Leknesson increasingly giving us the impression that he's struggling here. And Bier, very sensibly, has moved to the front, because he needs to dictate the pace that he can sustain all the way to the top of this muro.
If you go back in time and see the beginning of the stage, Leknesson was very much involved into a lot of attacks, and I think that's why he's been struggling much more than the other two at this point. Michael Bjerg is less a climber of the tree, and I think Narvaez is having a little bit of, you know, far better legs than the other two, because of the first half of the stage he was not involved in any attack, so he had definitely more energy.
Well, UAE Team Emirates in the box seat here on this stage, this Marche stage, stage 8. You almost feel like it's their race to lose right now. Michael Bier now has got 24 kilometers in which to empty the tank on behalf of Jonathan Narvaez, to try already to put Andreas Leknesson to the sword, and to allow Jonathan Narvaez, when he wants to, on the 2 climbs to come, the Capodarco climb and then the last climb to the finish line in Fermo, to pick off the Norwegian national champion. Here's Javier Romo, still battling away, still off the front of the remainder of that 33-rider chase group. Still on his own and still out of sight. 45 seconds down as he passed through the Red Bull kilometre. So he's not given up, Javier Romo, but he is stuck in no man's land at the moment.
It is the first chasing group. I think they're seated around 1 minute, maybe a little bit less. I think finally we see some commitments in the 2 riders for Groupama, but this chasing group is in pieces, because I think everybody's on the edge.
Oh, Arietta lets the head drop there. Gebrek Jabir, almost the last rider. Martin Machalusi coming over the line, and the veteran Chris Juul Jensen, the Dane, just dragging himself up that brutal incline, that steep, steep slope to the Red Bull kilometre. The next point on the road, now they've been through that, is 9.5k to go. That's the beginning of the Capo d'Arco climb. They're descending briefly, and then there's a flat road approaching the final series of climbs. The last 10k, pretty much all uphill to the finish line in Fermo.
Narvaez got rid of the sunglasses. Don't know whether to be cleaned or... Yeah, I guess so.
He must be feeling so confident, Jonathan Narvaez, now of the tangible possibility that he can make it 2 stage wins in this edition of the Giro d'Italia. Came to this race already a 2-time stage winner of the Giro, a former Maglia Rosa, but it's been perfection from Jonathan Narvaez so far at this Giro, as the peloton are now on that very steep slope approaching the Red Bull kilometre.
Team Rex a little bit in distress there, having to drifting back a little bit as Zambanini leading the way, followed by Caruso, Bart Lehmann, Jonas Vingegaard in there, Victor Campanat, all the remaining as well, the Maglia Rosa, Giulio Perizzari, Derek Gis, they're all there. And be ready, because also this group gonna go full gas on the last climbs of today, because Capo d'Arco climb is a very difficult one, but especially the one which is not categorized climb, but to enter the city of Fermo is very demanding. 40% is written on the Garibaldi, and you might believe that because we just rode past with our car and it looked like there was almost a cliff down there.
The trees swaying in this strong wind coming from the north today, blowing predominantly in their faces, certainly on the coast. That's what makes this average speed that we've had on the race today even more extraordinary. It's dropped a little bit, the average speed, of course, because look at the slopes that they're dealing with, but it's still over 45 kilometers an hour, 46.3k per hour. An amazing average speed given the conditions that they face today. Newly resurfaced road, one of the benefits of the Giro d'Italia, being routed through your home region, your home province. Often the roads get patched up and resurfaced, and that is brand new tarmac.
Some groups forming here. I whether like if it's a good choice by Milesi, you know, not collaborating with this group, because Roma doesn't have the legs to close the gap. So I would see more likely to work with them, you know, rather than being as a stopper. But I think Jan Christian was the rider chasing this 5-man attack. While here, as always, good collaboration. 19, we just passed the 20 kilometers to go.
20 kilometers to go then. Another 10 kilometers of straightforward descending and then flat roads, and then they start to climb. 9.5k to go. It's where the Capo d'Arco climb begins. Andreas Leknesund lets the head drop just a little bit, rolls through. Narvaez looking very, very firmly in control here, and would be the big favourite as Mikel Bierre slots into his wheel, and Narvaez takes a big swig of water. Meanwhile, the peloton being ridden by Bahrain Victorious, controlled by Bahrain Victorious, holding the advantage of the 3 riders, absolutely locked in at around about 3.5 minutes. So they have not let the breakaway go, ballooning out, and this man has been stuck for some time now, Javier Romo of Movistar, the Spanish rider, in the gap in between the big chase group and the front of the race. He now passes through 20 kilometers to go. Best part of a kilometer down when they're descending on the trio at the front of the race.
Again here the first chase, the chasing group, the third down on the road. Yet no cohesion, no collaboration, as I think it's Garofoli going on again.
Frustration. Johannes Kuhlset there is frustrated with Milesi, I think. There's just too many different teams, too many vested interests that are conflicting with one another, too many riders hiding, nobody prepared to take the responsibility. An attack goes up on the right-hand side. It's Lidl Trek with Emmanuel Gebrek-Jabir, who's launched an attack, taking one of the Polti Visit Malta riders with him, as Garofoli goes off the front. And it's not Garofoli, it's his teammate, of course. Van den Bossche. But none of it is having an effect. As you can see, that time gap that was 49 seconds now to Javier Romo, etc., has gone back out to 1:03. Leknesund playing his part in this trio. Flat roads now, Leknesund doing his shift on the top, but look how much distress he appears to be in. Might be a bluff, but I don't think it is a bluff from Andreas Leknesund.
No, didn't look like a bluff.
No.
At all.
It looked like a lot of pain.
You'll do bluff when there is a camera in front of you, not behind you. Nonetheless, he's doing his part, and maybe he's hoping at least to stand a chance. You never know what can happen later on. For it seems now, I think we have a clear favorite of today's stage, and it's Jonathan Narvaez. Started off this Giro d'Italia with a lot of luck when he crashed heavily second stage in Valle Cotarnovo, find his way back in shape, winning in Cosenza. There might be a second one. No, doesn't look like a face of somebody he's faking, but real grit on his face, grimacing.
And that's not even doing the work on the front, that's holding the wheel of Michael Pierre.
Yeah. Well, Narvaez, we also know he never really showed signs of weakness, but nonetheless, this been rode this stage perfect till now. And again, it's good to point out that he didn't spend much energy to get himself into the today breakaway. He just did a couple of attacks at the right moment. Yes, this is the third chasing group, around 1 minute 20. Soon they're going to be getting back to the wheel of Javier Romo, who didn't quite manage to get anywhere near the three riders, the leaders of the race.
Romo's at 1 minute and 13 seconds now. This chase group, totally disorganized as it is, ragged, tired, fractious, argumentative, no cohesion whatsoever, and no hope at this point of getting to the front of the race. They know that. There's a sort of slightly weary suggestion of Fabio van den Bossche there that they start working together, but they're not going to at this point because this group is beaten out of sight by the three riders who got together, three of the strongest riders in the bunch, Narvaez, Leknesund and Michael Pierre. And as soon as they got together, it was alarm bells everywhere because you knew they'd be hard to catch, and so it has proven. And the kilometers are running out now. 15.4k to go. We are nearing the finale of this race, and it looks like the podium is already settled on the stage. It's going to be Leknesund, Pierre and Narvaez. Christian Scorrone's looked a little bit underpowered today. Surprising. One big attack to place himself in this group, but subsequent to that, he's not really been able to animate things, and he hasn't seemingly had the legs to do anything special to affect the outcome of this race today, which is going up the road and out of sight. And it is one rider from Uno X Nobility, the Norwegian national champion, an Ecuadorian superstar, and one of the most powerful and enduring and reliable domestiques in the entire World Tour peloton, the time trial specialist Michael Pierre. This man has tried to get across, but he had his work cut out, and he is fading fast now. Still has an advantage of almost 30 seconds over the chase group, but no chance of getting across to the front of the race. Javier Romo tried his hardest, but was slamming his head against a brick wall, to be honest.
It's curious thinking how the first these three riders got into the breakaway, because for a moment there was a large group forming behind them. They were having about 50 meter, I think, gap. But everybody thought like, oh, this is not going to be it. And nobody tried to bridge across where, in the moment where it was still possible. And I think they're going to see them at the finish line, not before that.
Unibet Rose Rockets with a couple of riders in this group.
And nobody has really the legs to have any impact. It looks like to be a fight between three riders. Even this man, he went off in the pursuit, but it was not enough. Get relegated and losing ground over the kilometers. Yeah,
and behind the peloton of the GC riders at 3 minutes and 35 seconds, they could yet catch the chase group as it starts to splinter when the climbs begin. Some of those riders could be caught by the GC race if that explodes behind, because there's only 1.5 minutes really separating the peloton from the chase group now. As they lose heart and they lose unity, they lose motivation, and they're losing the game, they're losing the stage. It's gone up the road and away from them here. Higo Arieta.
UAE Team Emirates with 5 riders. They've been present with 2 at the front and 2 in the chasing group.
2 of their riders at the front, as you say.
Basically, just Antonio Morgado has been in the peloton the whole day.
12.9k to go, 3 kilometers or thereabouts to the foot of the Capo d'Arco climb, where Michael Pierre will probably, that'll be his finish line, I would imagine. Wouldn't be surprised to see Michael Pierre now really empty the tank and do everything that he can on this flat approach to the final Capo, well, the penultimate Capo d'Arco climb. It's got a maximum gradient of 18%, the Capo d'Arco climb, and over 2.5 kilometers, it's an average of 6.3%. Michael Pierre's finish line might be the foot of that climb, and he is coming in fast now. After that, it'll be down to Leknesund and this man Narvaez, who just looks like he's breathing through his nose. When you compare him to the other 2, he looks completely cool, doesn't he? Like he's got plenty more under the hood and in the tank. Yeah,
it's of course different riders, a different style, also how they show in the suffering, but yeah. I mean, even in the climb, it looked like he was effortless while he was speeding up. For the first time, the riders had, again, very close to the seaside, but just in a different direction than they were before, heading south. They're in Lido di Fermo, but soon they're going to turn right, head into Capo d'Arco.
Yep.
Capo d'Arco was a famous race for U23. Been very important, especially in the past, for riders that wanted to turn professional.
Yeah, breakthrough victory in 2008 for a very young Pete Kenyuk. Back in the day, riding for the Great Britain Academy team. Landmark victory for him ahead of Simon Clark from Australia, the Capo d'Arco Gran Premio. At the moment, as they head south with Lido di Fermo on their left, they are picking up a strong tailwind as well, which will increase their speed. And these 3 riders relaying perfectly well together. Michael Pierre then doing increasingly long turns on the front. 1.5, 1.6 kilometers to go to the foot of the climb. They're going to turn off the big coastal road and head inland again now and switch direction. Michael Pierre takes them through this right-handed turn and towards the foot of the climb.
Already now picks up a little bit. The rear climb starts in about 1.4 kilometers.
They're really starting to motor Michael Pierre now and the rest, and they're gaining time over the peloton. As Michael Pierre then attacks and goes clear, and that's forcing Leknesund to do more work to shut down the Dane. Clever tactic, an unexpected move, as Pierre starts to really empty the tank for Jonathan Narvaez's benefit. So Leknesund forced to chase the Dane as the road starts to tip uphill already, even though we're 1.1 kilometer from the foot of the climb. Narvaez is just lurking on the wheel of the Norwegian, waiting to pick him off. Yeah, big effort from Leknesund to shut down Bjerg there.
Seems like all the 2 riders from northern country, the Danish and the Norwegian, I mean, they look so empty, so tired, and there you go.
There we go, Leknesund already having done a big turn, and Jonathan Narvaez doesn't hesitate. 10.5 kilometers from the finish line. Jonathan Narvaez goes solo. The head slumps for Andreas Leknesund. He looks up the road. He sees the Ecuadorian national champion from UAE Team Emirates just spinning a low gear and starting to exert his advantage. But hats off to Andreas Leknesund, who's able to respond for now. Michael Pierre in some difficulty. Whether or not he sees the front of the race again, I'm not so sure, but Leknesund, digging very deep, has responded to the first acceleration of Jonathan Narvaez.
Yeah, it was not a powerful attack from Narvaez, and Leknesund, he did respond, but now he has those 5 meters to close. Seems like a replay for what we saw at the beginning of this breakaway, where he was there, but not quite on the wheel.
Unexpected moment for me for Jonathan Narvaez to pick to accelerate there. It wasn't a particularly steep part of the climb, big wide road. In fact, the climb itself hadn't yet begun. The steeper slopes are still to come, and Leknesund able to respond, and that was a strong reaction from Leknesund. Were you surprised there, Jacopo, that Narvaez chose that moment to attack?
I don't know. I think like he saw like a crack in the legs in the shape of Leknesund and decided to give it a first go. As you see, there is always a little gap between the wheel of Narvaez. It seems like he's powering away from Leknesund. I think the Norwegian is choosing consistency rather than accelerating, but now Jonathan Narvaez seems like he's about to move in clear ahead of him. The climb has yet to start, as said. 2.3 till the top.
There's only so many times Jonathan Narvaez will be gambling. There's only so many times that Andreas Leknesund can respond. So he can do this, maybe not at 100%, but he can do it repeatedly at 80, 85%. Put Leknesund into difficulty each time, force the Norwegian to close the gap. Leknesund is doing a very controlled race here, making sure he doesn't go absolutely into the red and blow up and sacrifice even his second place to Michael Bjerre, who's riding on. But Jonathan Narvaez, it's almost cruel what he's doing here. He's just torturing Andreas Leknesund.
Andreas Leknesund is a tough rider. He's not giving up that easy. I mean, Narvaez is sure he has a gap, but he's not maybe the gap he was hoping. He's opening up a little bit more now, but Leknesund, he hasn't cracked yet.
Nope. Slightly less gradient here, but into a strong headwind. Andreas Leknesund has got a 3-second gap that's opened up in front of him to Jonathan Narvaez, who's just using that aerodynamic position to cut into this headwind on these slopes here. 2 kilometers to go to the top of the Capo d'Arco climb, and bit by bit Narvaez is riding away from this race.
Yeah, having Leknesund looking back in there, it was maybe the indication that he start to, you know, feeling the pain, the screaming in the legs. Still there though.
And Narvaez hasn't quite got rid of Leknesund.
Still a long way.
He's growing his lead, but he hasn't totally dispensed with Leknesund yet. Out of the saddle though, and Narvaez just injects a little bit more pace, and that could hurt him terminally, Andreas Leknesund, because Narvaez is really starting to motor now, trying to get it done on the Capo d'Arco climb. He's still got 1.6 kilometers of this climb to go, and then the final climb through the town of Fermo and towards the finish line.
It's going to be descent straight up to Fermo, as the peloton here with the Campenarts leading the way in front of Vingegaard, Sepkus in third wheel, Damiano Caruso scoring, Eulalio, Timenarasman in there as well with Bernal.
Well, remember, we've got 2 races for the price of 1 today. We've got a general classification race that could explode into life as the riders approach these final 2 climbs, as Visma Lease Bike have control. And it's Victor Campenarts, a little bit of a possible touch of wheels there behind as riders just got caught up going the long way around that central reservation.
Yeah, I don't know if he was Felix Kalle, was a Decathlon rider, Decathlon CMA CGM. Definitely.
Long way down if that was Gal.
Yeah,
it's the back.
I think Gal was he was just being replaced in the 5th, 6th position. 1.2 for Narvaez. For the first time he shows some sign of fatigue as well.
That's very good of him.
Yeah, very kind.
Very kind.
But nonetheless,
hugely impressive, and has such confidence to attack that far out, Jonathan Narvaez. To be honest, in the kind of form that he's had, as Leknesund is still just about in contact, Narvaez would have felt that he had multiple different places that he could possibly attack, and he chose the first of them as he disappears out of sight and around that corner and away from Leknesund.
It's completely different style of pedaling. Leknesund powering with a big gear compared to a much more composed Jonathan Narvaez, which is spinning the legs. 1 kilometer till the top of Capo d'Arco.
Well, equally, Jonathan Narvaez has to measure himself here. He can't go too deep as well, because he knows that that 11-second gap from a resilient, strong rider like Leknesund isn't quite enough for him to be assured of victory. And if Narvaez's form starts to dip, Leknesund will still believe that he can get across. So Narvaez needs to be careful now with his effort and not go too deep.
Yeah, we have to say chapeau to Andreas Leknesund. He's been involved in so many attacks during the day, and nonetheless he found some energy at least to match what Narvaez. He didn't crack completely because he still sits at 11 seconds. It's not far, you can see him in front, and it's also a matter of how they're going to descend. There's going to be a very short descent, roughly 2.5 kilometers before the bottom of Fermo. The first part is going to be a 40%, a mighty 40% climb, but can go a little bit in benefit of the much lighter Ecuadorian climber.
The Norwegian Leknesson just looking around to see exactly where Mikael Pierre was. He's been dropped early on the climb, having done a big attack, forcing Leknesson to chase, and it was after Leknesson had brought back Pierre that Jonathan Narvaez opted to launch his big attack, which he has developed meter by meter, pedal stroke by pedal stroke, and second by second, as 11 seconds now becomes 13 as he hits the 18% gradient to the top of the Capo d'Arco climb. A real Muro here, and surely this is a gradient that favors Jonathan Narvaez as he stands up out of the saddle and takes a little bit more time on Andreas Leknesson.
30 seconds now the gap over the Norwegian.
Look how steep this is, a savage gradient for Jonathan Narvaez.
Nasty climb to Capo d'Arco as he enters
himself up onto those cobblestones towards the top of the climb now. He's nearly there. And he'll take this KOM as well, Jonathan Narvaez. It's the penultimate categorized climb of the day, a Cat 4 climb of Capo d'Arco, a famous climb in Italian cycling, and it's the Ecuadorian Jonathan Narvaez now with a 17-second advantage of Andreas Leknesson on the Capo d'Arco climb. Climbing continues then, still not there. Your blue arch there is the top of the climb ahead of him. 150 meters of this climb still to go, and 11 seconds becomes 13, becomes 17, becomes 18 seconds. Narvaez has really damaged Andreas Leknesson on this climb.
almost on top as he crosses the arch of the KOM of Capo d'Arco. Soon is going to be descent over there as the car just reaches the corner. It's going to be descent for Jonathan Narvaez, not a long one, a couple of kilometers before heading into the city of Fermo. The last climb that kicks in very hard immediately. Start at 3.5 kilometers to go.
Leknesson sees that little white figure in the UAE Team Emirates kit, the Ecuadorian national champion, just flick round that right-handed corner and out of sight. 16 seconds, he's still just about hanging on in there, Andreas Leknesson, but his chances, I think, are fading now. He's a rider who's already worn the Maglia Rosa at the Giro d'Italia, and he's already got one second place finish back in 2023 when he did take the Maglia Rosa to his name. He has come close on now 2 occasions to victory at the Giro. Is this going to be too much for him? He's got 16 seconds to make up. Meanwhile, though, are we going to get any kind of GC action here? It looks, on the evidence of what we've seen here, at least on this penultimate climb at Capo d'Arco, that the GC riders are content for now just to follow one another, and for Visma Lease bike with Bart Lemon to set the pace and the control at the front of this GC group. Quite a reduced peloton there. You can see a big gruppetto has formed behind. No more than around about 45 riders in this group.
If action would be, it's going to be much later on the last climb. Here, Jonathan Narvaez started the descent towards Fermo. Again, 2 kilometers of again of this descent, and it's going to be at the foot of the hill to Fermo. It's not too far, Leknesson. Everything needs to go right for Narvaez, because if he does a mistake, even in a corner, or if his legs start to crumble a little bit, this man...
Yeah, he's there to pounce if the opportunity presents itself, but that's down to Jonathan Narvaez's form now. Leknesson can do no more than what he's doing. He's been very disciplined about measuring his effort, not going in too deep, and just holding himself there at 15 seconds, trying to use this downhill now just to chip away at Jonathan Narvaez's advantage. Narvaez then dropping down to the foot of the climb, the Fermo climb. 5.2 kilometers to go now to victory for Jonathan Narvaez to make it 4 career wins at the Giro d'Italia, this stage race that he loves more than any other. As Leknesson just chips back another second, he's down to 14 seconds. He's coming closer on this descent, Leknesson, doing a really good job of keeping Narvaez on edge here just a little bit. Here we go, though, on the very, very steep ascent to the top of the climb. Those cobbles now. Is anybody going to make a move? Vingegaard showing that blue jersey to the Net Company Ineos riders, tucked in on his wheel. Egan Bernal not too far from the front, along with Tumen Arendsman, but it's Victor Campenaerts controlling the pace as they come over the top of the Capo d'Arco climb and prepared to do the same descent that Jonathan Narvaez has nearly completed. Everybody looking around to see if the attacks are going to come from behind. Michael Storer, Mathis Rondel, Decathlon towards the front with Gregor Mühlberger and Felix Gall. Giulio Ciccone not too far behind.
And the church appearing on top of your screen, that's where the finish line is.
Yeah.
In just about 3.5 kilometers, going to be on top of that.
That's how much climbing he's still got to do. The finish line right outside the Cathedral of Fermo, beautiful as it is.
14 seconds.
Jonathan Narvaez is now inside 4 kilometers to go. 14 seconds. He's managed to take back 2 seconds on the descent. And he could see Jonathan Narvaez again there ahead of him on the road.
30 now. What a ride by Andreas Leknesund. Chapeau to him, whatever the outcome of today's stage is. Showing great strength and definitely he's not giving up.
3 seconds he's taken back on the descent. And you'll see that little dot of white ahead of him in the shade as the road straightens out.
It's not far, eh?
Doesn't feel like it's 13 seconds. Leknesund might even be a little bit closer than that. But
12 now.
there's Narvaez, and here comes Leknesund. But the road is starting to climb again, and that's where Narvaez on this steep sections does have the advantage, seemingly over Andreas Leknesund. He's kept himself in this game. Jonathan Narvaez might have a little look round now to see exactly where the Norwegian national champion finds himself.
It's the nasty climb that will bring the riders in the entrance of the city of Fermo. 14% average. 200 meters like this is gonna feel like a complete wall for all the riders.
Rutted road, steep gradient. The Ecuadorian forced out of the saddle, drops down again, spins that small gear. Behind him, though, that orange jersey really not too far behind now. Because of these steep gradients, it foreshortens everything. And the distance between him and Narvaez as they grind up a walking pace on these double-digit gradients is really not much. Leknesund can see him just tantalizingly ahead.
He's pushing a much bigger gear. Leknesund as he loses a couple of seconds in here. Now 15 seconds for Jonathan Narvaez as is almost on top. Is another extra second, 16 seconds. This steep section doesn't go in favor of a much heavier Andreas Leknesund.
It's all down to whether or not Narvaez can hold it all together here. Was there a hint of overconfidence with his attack at 10.5 kilometers to go? Well, on the evidence of what we've seen on the early part of this 3-kilometer climb to the top, Jonathan Narvaez seems to be reading the signs that his body is giving him to perfection. But look at that gradient there. Out of the saddle again. 16 seconds to hold off Andreas Leknesund.
With a lighter gear possible for Narvaez. Don't be fooled by the distance, because the speed they're climbing now, it's almost like a standing still speed as Leknesund roaring.
Jacopo, it's almost just get off the bike and carry it. Just run after Jonathan Narvaez at this point. It's so slow, isn't it? Grinding up this almost 20% gradient at this point.
And be ready, because in 3 minutes the peloton going to be at the very same point. There's going to be fireworks behind. That is the top of this nasty section. Is going to be a little bit easier.
Not much. But nothing quite as savage as that. And remember, the last 400 meters of this climb is equally difficult. A long, straight ramp to the finishing line. But 20 seconds, Narvaez has taken time on Andreas Leknesund, and surely now he's going to be riding to victory. Leknesund hauling his big frame, the man from Tromsø, to the top of this savage section of this nasty climb to Fermo.
It must be seeing Narvaez there right in front of him, but still losing ground. Heartbreaking for Andreas Leknesund. Got the ride by the Norwegian, but I think it won't be enough to match this rider up here, crossing the 3-kilometer marks. Is here where the roads get easier for Narvaez, and now he's going to enter the city. Still gonna goes up, but as you see, on a much lighter percentage. Leknesund is...
By the endless agony of this approach to the finish line in Fermo, Leknesund has thrown everything at Jonathan Narvaez, but to no avail. Narvaez holding off the Norwegian, holding him at bay. Leknesund now knows that he can't match Narvaez on these steep slopes, and he is beaten into second place. Narvaez then on these lesser gradients now, getting that gear spinning over again and keeping the pace high as he heads into the middle of this beautiful hilltop town. The road flattening out, but the climbing not done yet. Still got to get up into the piazza and then turn, head over the cobblestones to the final few hundred meters of this climb. It kicks up again ahead of Jonathan Narvaez. This long, twisting ascent to the cathedral at the top of Fermo.
Peloton in the meantime is powering up. Yeah,
yep.
It's just an indication that the speed is nonetheless very fast within the peloton. Leknesund here, 23 seconds. I think it's going to be impossible for him to rejoin Narvaez, as at the back is Sepp Kuss leading Vingegaard, Piganzoli on the wheel.
Giulio Pellizzari, Macialusi caught from the original breakaway. Tiemann Ahrensman, Pellizzari, Aliotti, Sepp Kuss though doing the work, setting it up.
Everybody's there.
Vingegaard.
Jai Hindley as well, Mathis Rondel. The Maglia Rosa, well positioned, letting some ground at this point, drifting a little bit at the back.
Is anyone going to make a move? Can anyone make a move? Sepp Kuss controlling the pace, keeping it high. Piganzoli, Ben O'Connor moving up on the shoulder of Piganzoli. Ben O'Connor looking like he might be about to make a move. Felix Gall under a bit of pressure there on the wheel of Michael Storer further back. In the meantime, though, Jonathan Narvaez sweeps down 2 kilometers to go for him and heading into the middle of Fermo. A little bit of descending then before the final ordeal, the final climb to the finish line in Fermo. 20 seconds, Leknesund has taken a few seconds back on the flatter roads. Every time the road kicks up, though, to steep gradients, it's Narvaez territory, and he seems to be able to hold the Norwegian at bay and take time. Good climb from Ben O'Connor. He moves up onto the wheel of Jonas Vingegaard alongside him. Sepp Kuss is going to take all of this climb, I think, to the top. No moves yet. Where's the pink jersey? Is Olalio still there? Yeah, beautifully positioned Olalio. Chapeau, Afonso Olalio. He is right where he needs to be, alongside the big favourites towards the front.
I haven't seen Giulio Ciccone at this very moment, so he was not featuring the first 20 position in the peloton, as Jonathan Narvaez entering the city centre. The cobble starts. He's gonna have another kicker before another flatter part, and the last 400 meters very demanding at 10% average.
The Flamme Rouge ahead of him, Jonathan Narvaez, as he enters the heart of Fermo, a beautiful town. Reminiscent, I think we both thought of like a mini finish to Strade Bianche. This is like a mini Siena situation here as they head into the main piazza on these cobblestones and then line themselves up for the final climb and the final 400 meters, steep uphill towards the finishing line outside the big cathedral at the top, at the very top of the hilltop town. 1 kilometer to go.
Last kilometer for Narvaez, as Leknesund once again, when the roads is a bit easier, regain some time on Narvaez.
He's taken six seconds back on Jonathan Narvaez since the top of the last steep section of the climb.
He sees the Ecuadorian in front of him, but he's still to a large margin, and this man is not cracking, not showing any sign of weakness, as he's managing his effort beautifully. Little kicker now to enter the square before a right corner and the last long drag uphill.
The cries of support echoing off these ancient Renaissance brick walls into the deep shade here and out into the colonnades, the elegance of the piazza ahead of Jonathan Milan now, grinding his way towards victory number 2 here at the Giro d'Italia in 2026. 700 meters remain for the Ecuadorian, another masterclass from UAE Team Emirates. Andreas Leknesund, though, hats off to him. What a brave and resilient ride. It's going to be enough, almost certainly, for second place for the second time in his career, Andreas Leknesund. He has not given up the Norwegian national champion. He's clearly on good form, and on the evidence of what we've seen from Andreas Leknesund, there is plenty more to come from him at the Giro d'Italia. As now Jonathan Narvaez sweeps into the piazza. Big crowds here, awaiting the arrival of the Giro d'Italia. What a scene it is, what a spectacle. Reminiscent of the Piazza del Campo in Siena. This isn't the finish line, though. Jonathan Narvaez has got another few hundred meters of sharp ascent as he sweeps right-handed, and ahead of him, he'll see what remains of the climb. Up he goes now. Assured of victory, 300 meters to go for Jonathan Narvaez, the Ecuadorian national champion. A masterclass, a confident performance, and Olalio, the Maglia Rosa, attacks the group of favourites there. They watch Olalio go, and that is a performance of some panache from the Portuguese then. Honouring the Maglia Rosa and attacking Vingegaard and the rest. It's Olalio behind, but at the front of the race, the Ecuadorian, Jonathan Narvaez. The Giro d'Italia is his stage. Time and time again, he proves that he's among the very best stage hunters. A stage that suited him down to the ground in 2026 in a race that could have been a disaster for UAE Team Emirates. It's win number 3 for the team and 2 for Jonathan Narvaez. A masterclass, simply unbeatable on terrain like that. And in the meantime, it's Vingegaard who comes across to the wheel of Olalio, bringing with him Jai Hindley, Tiemann Arendsman and Egan Bernal. Second place for this rider, a valiant performance. He's got a teammate coming up the road behind him. It's Andreas Leknesson, the Norwegian champion, who for the second time in his career after 2023 will finish in second place on a stage of the Giro. That was just too hard for Leknesson, but he did not give up. A brilliant display.
I think it might be a cool set, slotting in the third position as Silva, Pierce, Scaroni as well. Lorenzo Milesi, another amazing ride by the Italian.
Thomas Silva coming over the line after Coolset, Milesi and then Scaroni. A little bit disappointed and frustrated for XDS Astana. This is the remains of that big chase group. Over the line they come, one after the other. Juan Pedro Lopez, Wout Poels, Markel Bellocchi as well, a top 10 for him.
Soon the peloton will be here at the same point.
Olalio heading them home. And I don't think, well, remains to be seen what comes on the final couple of 100 meters now as Olalio, the Maglia Rosa, takes the GC race into the final 300 meters. All lined up on his wheel.
Jai Hindley launches an attack on the right of the screen.
Reaction coming instantly from Jonas Vingegaard. Big acceleration from Jai Hindley, trying to get a timed gap to chip away at the Felix Gau in particular, who lies ahead of him in the general classification. Jonas Vingegaard is straight onto Jai Hindley, a sign of respect. Olalio, though, not put into difficulty by that and matching the acceleration of Jonas Vingegaard. Maybe a little gap opening up. Vingegaard onto Jai Hindley's wheel. Hindley, though, is going to head the GC field over the line with Vingegaard on his wheel. Olalio not too far behind, just on the wheel of Egan Bernal. Tiemann Arendsman, and then Enric Mas and Giulio Pellizzari and all the other GC favourites finishing as one. Delic G West there. Wasn't sure I saw Giulio Ciccone in that group, and he might have been dropped earlier.
He's the only rider not featuring the front of the race. That's maybe why he was on the attack before, but what a way of defense from Eulalia attacking the main GC contest. It's a pleasure for the eyes. I'm so glad we got the Portuguese in the Maglia Rosa.
They got the top 10 straight away. Narvaez from Leknesson. Tjota it was, not Coolset, who finished in third place. Thomas Silva in fourth. Milesi and Scaroni, the two Italians. Corbin Strong in seventh. Juan Pedro Lopez, the best of the Movistar riders, in eighth. Wout Poels, the top 10 for the Unibet Rockets there in ninth place. Well, in a word, wow. All day today, Jacopo. The whole stage. You cannot take your eyes off it all day.
46.3 average speed of today's stage.
Not only that, but in record time, we've got an interview with the winner. Jonathan Narvaez is already toweled down and ready to talk.
Jonathan, your second win at the Giro d'Italia this year, but today you were the favorite. How difficult was it to leave everyone behind?
Oh, was a nice stage for me. Was the first part really difficult, but I think we played well with my teammate. I think he was the man of the day, Mikkelberg. Always, if you see him now, he's always working for the team. Even last year, he's a guy who never normally you see him on this seat on television, but he's a guy who do a lot for the team. We did an agreement, I can say now in the TV, but he was the man of the day for me.
Tell us about the finale when Leknesson was not very far behind you and it was very steep, very hard.
Fuck journey, grande, fuck, congrats man, congrats, fuck, impressive.
I think in the end it was about the legs. Now if you see the first part was full headwind, and riding the flat in the headwind for me was really hard. And I think we never give up, no, 60 Ks to go. We ride well, we ride smart, and then we have the opportunity to go for the stage.
Now you have 4 wins at the Giro d'Italia, like Carapaz. Is that important for you? Is it big?
Yeah, for sure it's important for me, even coming from the injury in January. we are just 5 guys, but we play well, we play smart. We have a good atmosphere in the team, so I think still victories in the next week.
Enhorabuena.
Gracias.
Jonathan Narvaez is rapidly becoming one of my favourite bike riders. He's just so on point, isn't he? The way he races, also the messaging, and you have to say there's probably more to come from him in this Giro.
Yeah, as you said, the atmosphere is great in the team, despite being endured a very unlucky start of the Giro d'Italia, and today they got everything to perfection. And I mean, when you have the legs, it's easy to do the right decision, you know. And today he rode in a very smart way. At the beginning of the stage, when everybody else was spending energy, tried to be present in every move. And Narvaez, I think, if he moved and if he attacked 2 times, I think that's already much. Maybe just one attack from the Ecuadorian. He was very smartly placed himself in the right position, following when Mikkelberg opened up the first attack. And well, at the end, they got everything right. And I think, yeah, MVP to Mikkelberg today. What a ride by the big Danish rider.
Jonathan Narvaez is out of contract with UAE Team Emirates at the end of this year. He's rumoured possibly to be returning to net company Ineos. If he doesn't move there, then with each day of racing here at the Giro d'Italia, his market value is shooting up. If it wasn't high enough already, this is the best form he's ever been in, Jonathan Narvaez. And all the more remarkable, as he alluded to in the interview, since it came from injury in January, bad injury at the Tour Down Under. Now, what about Afonso Eulalia? Attacking, having the temerity to attack the general classification group was quite something. Hats off to him.
And not just there, even when the race itself splitted, he managed to be up front. Look, here's where he replaced himself. He was coming with speed. He's racing amazingly. I mean, he chose the perfect momentum, spark a reaction from Pigantholi and Vingegaard directly. And even by doing so, at the very end, it was maybe just 1 second down on Vingegaard. But what a way of riding by the young Portuguese. He's showing definitely some attitude in here, and supported definitely by a very good shape.
Up until the point where Jai Hindley attacked, it almost felt as if Jonas Vingegaard and the other GC riders were content to let him head the field and as a mark of respect almost, finish in front of that group. But then Jai Hindley launched.
Yeah, I think what we can take away, I mean, it was just one very fast sprint from GC contenders. I think like this is another confirmation of the shape of Jai Hindley,
isn't it? Yeah,
because he was there to go on the attack. Okay, it's just 400 meters, but still show that you feel good. And more than happy to see also Bernal part of the game once again. It seemed like, you know, he could have been on his way down after yesterday little debacle he had in there, but today I think he showed that he's funny. Maybe I don't think it's a matter of legs probably, but it's been experienced some back pain. But today he was up there, so more than good for him.
Christian Scaroni, courtesy of his presence at the front of the race, actually moves up to 4th place in the general classification. Jai Hindley extends, what was the time gap between him and Pellizzari at the beginning of the day? I think he's gained a second on Giulio Pellizzari there. He is now, and everybody else, he is now 5 seconds to the good. So he and Vingegaard, there must have been a timed gap over the line. Was there a 4-second gap? Let me just...
Yeah, there was a gap of 2 seconds.
Yeah, so Jai Hindley and Jonas Vingegaard were just 1 second ahead of the remainder of the group, so they've gained a second, each of them.
It's the moment of the attack of Jonathan Narvaez, where at first it seemed like he went too early because Leknesund was able to get in touch with him, but here, just powering away, and Leknesund didn't crack, but I think like just the parcours was not exactly good for him. You know, he was just much massive and bigger rider than Narvaez. And again, he spent so much energy compared to the Ecuadorian. And I think at the end there was the, you know, the game changer of today. But here's the mighty climb that led Narvaez and all the remaining of the riders into the city of Fermo. 40%, 40.2%. be hard to just walk over there.
That's horrific, some of the gradients here.
There's more to come because there are more stages that can suit a type of rider like Narvaez. It comes to mind the stage that will finish in Chiavari. It's exactly another copy-paste of what we saw today, so might as well have another chance. Verbania as well. I mean, plenty of stages for the Ecuadorian. Can increase also the number of victories.
He's also taking full advantage of the fact that he is cut loose. He's got no domestic duties whatsoever, because if Marc Soler, Jay Vine and Adam Yates were still in a general classification race on their team, he would have jobs to do. He would be put to use on the longer climbs, on the big GC days, but he doesn't have any of those responsibilities, and he's taking full advantage in this edition of the race. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, the whole team indeed, because again, today with 5 riders, 2 present up front and 2 are the very first chasing group. So they're riding the way they have to, so very aggressively. But this man, again, starts to be my favorite.
Winning hearts and minds, isn't he? He really is. And winning the respect, clearly, of Jonas Vingegaard, who is the patron and the big favourite after his performance in Blockhouse yesterday to take victory in Rome. But Afonso Oulalio is going to hang around in pink on the evidence of what we've seen for some time to come. Well, the Villa Vinci, just one of a number of pretty special sights and sounds that we've seen today on a day of extremely aggressive racing. Came in well ahead of the fastest schedule. It was lightning fast all day today. If you missed it, this is what you missed. Grande Johnny Narvaez, UAE Team Emirates, lighting up this Giro d'Italia with a 3rd stage win for the team and a 2nd for the Ecuadorian national champion. Matching the achievements of Richard Carapaz, his compatriot. Winning ahead of Andreas Leknesund by, in the end, a margin of 32 seconds as the Norwegian eventually let go. But Norway have something to celebrate there with a great performance from Martin Tjøtta as well to finish in 3rd place. 2nd and 3rd on the podium for Norway and for Uno X Mobility is a notable achievement. Thomas Silva proving that once again he's a force to be reckoned with another good performance here and finishing in 4th place. The culinary delights of Marche, matched only by the landscape of Marche, which is absolutely stunning. And the race finishing right on the top of the climb there. Can't see it from this helicopter shot, but the finish line is the other side of the magnificent cathedral, Baroque cathedral, with some extraordinary bas-relief doors, big iron doors, highly decorative, and a lovely spot surrounded by a little park as well. Isolated at the top of this hilltop town, green surroundings, a very peaceful location with 360-degree views all around. It really is an amazing location. Feast your eyes on that. The last rider to win here in Tirreno Adriatico was Warren Barguil. Before him, Peter Sagan. Mariano Vos has also won here in the past at the Giro d'Italia.
This very climb actually was not exactly the same finish line, but it features also in Tirreno Adriatico in 21. It was won by Tadej Pogacar. It was coming just at in the main square where the 400-meter marks was placed. But it was the same mighty climb into Fermo, the approach.
It's win number 32 for UAE Team Emirates so far in 2026. One little check from Jonathan Narvaez to make sure that he could free himself up to celebrate. His little keepsake medallion there. And then the punch of delight. He looks fresh. Jonathan Narvaez crossing the line. Businesslike, like his job here in Italy is not over yet. Carries on winning like this. This was a 3-star stage today. If he carries on taking his opportunity here, he could genuinely move up in the Maglia Ciclamino standings as well. He took the second place, was it, at the sprint today? Be quite interesting to see where he ends up in that competition at the end of today and how close he is to Jonathan Milan in second place.
Yeah, if he goes on scoring points here and there, I think he has a target in mind as winning as much as he can. That's Leknesund, second position for him. Really digging himself for this strong ride by the Norwegian. There is Tiotta. In third position behind him is Silva, then the two Italians Milesi and Scaroni.
Scaroni's frustration is clear, isn't it, as he crosses the line?
I mean, I think both Silva and Scaroni were good, and I think none of them they did sacrifice for today's stage. But another great ride by Milesi.
Yeah.
I mean, to be up there in such a finale.
There we go. Scaroni, a dismissive wave of the hand. That wasn't what he intended. Today would have been a stage that he would have underlined and highlighted. That's for this man, though. Jai Hindley and Jonas Vingegaard crossing a timed second ahead of Eulalia and Bernal, who were the next GC riders. Along with Bernal as well, Tiemann Arensman was in the mix. Good to see Jai Hindley on the offensive, though.
Yeah, I think it's a great indication that the shape is there. Yesterday was first test, he responded present, and today, once again, he was very into it, and he went on the attack. He didn't quite manage to open up a large margin, but the parcours itself was not meant to give this such opportunity. But nonetheless, give it a go. More to come, I think, for Jai Hindley, especially tomorrow already.
Yeah, tomorrow's an interesting stage with a fair amount of climbing towards the back end. Cat 1 summit finish tomorrow. Probably a good job that the GC race eventually, when the breakaway went away today, was relatively neutral. Up until Eulalia decided to attack, there were no moves from any of the GC riders on the final sequence of climbs.
As right in front of us, the Voiture Ballet just passed, meaning that all the riders that were still in the race, just one DNF today, unfortunately, for Jake Stewart. All the remaining riders have completed their race.
Another day in pink for this man. A fourth Maglia Rosa. Really growing into his role as the race leader. It's becoming a little bit more matter-of-fact every day for Afonso Eulalia, that he's mixing it with the very best in this race. And dare I say, attacking. As he makes his way from the warmth of that little room to the podium. I think we'll very soon be able to get the podium ceremony underway. Stage winner first, of course. And now he's smiling. Didn't smile when he crossed the line, just looked like it was a day at the office for Jonathan Narvaez. A very businesslike victory for him. 17th career victory for Jonathan Narvaez. And 4 of those victories have come at this race.
Vince l'ottava tappa del Giro d'Italia, il campione nazionale del motor, Jonathan Narvaez!
29 years of age now, Jonathan Narvaez, still with plenty of good years ahead of him and riding better than ever. 5 years at the Ineos Grenadiers, 6 years in fact in that team. He's just completed his 2nd year with UAE Team Emirates, and they have been very successful years as well. Of course, it was his Maglia Rosa that he wore in his final year with the Ineos Grenadiers that effectively earned him the place in this team when he took the Maglia Rosa, to the frustration of Tadej Pogacar, on stage 1 of the Giro d'Italia 2 years ago. And he's backed up this form in emphatic fashion 2 years later, shrugging off the serious injury that he sustained in January at the Tour Down Under, and arriving in Bulgaria, crashing along with his teammates on stage 2, but getting away with it, not too badly hurt, and able to show off the very best of his form here in Italy. In the opening block of racing in Italy, he's scored 2 victories already. And we're only on stage 8. There's plenty more opportunities for Jonathan Narvaez to come. He was the top 10 Narvaez from Leknessund, from Ciotta. Silva, Milesi, Scaroni, Corbin Strong in 7th. Juan Pedro Lopez, first top 10 for him, and Wout Poels, and Markel Bellocchi, the son of the great Joseba Bellocchi, top 10 at the Giro d'Italia for him for the first time in his life. And this is becoming a little bit more routine for Afonso Eulalia as he goes on this joyful voyage of discovery that we're all sharing with him as we learn about this Portuguese rider who's winning hearts and minds and respect the way he's racing. He's going to have a tough time potentially tomorrow, as we'll have a look at hopefully shortly. He might have a tough time defending all of his advantage in the general classification tomorrow, but we'll be hoping to hold on to this pink jersey through the 2nd rest day on Monday and into the 2nd full week of racing here as he picks up another Wolfie mascot. Slight change in the general classification as from the breakaway Christian Scaroni moved up to 4th place at 4 minutes and 18 seconds. Jonas Vingegaard and Jai Hindley improved their general classification by 1 second over everybody else, and Hindley now leads his teammate Giulio Pellizzani by 5 seconds.
Assessore alla sanità della Regione Marche ed ex sindaco del comune di Fermo.
Paul Magnier decided today that he wasn't going to let Jonathan Milan get in a breakaway and pick up further points at the intermediate sprint. Marked Milan throughout that fast and furious 2-hour flat approach to the first intermediate sprint of the day, where they were riding at 52 kilometers an hour. And Paul Magnier showed his ruthless side today, not letting Jonathan Milan have any freedom today. So he was definitely in the race, Paul Magnier, but once the break went, he could sit back and relax. Be interesting to see how it plays out again tomorrow, because there's further opportunity for Milan and Magnier to contest the intermediate sprints that comes halfway through tomorrow's stage as well. Also of interest, when we see the standings shortly, will be where Jonathan Narvaez, after today's points at the finish line and at the intermediate sprint, has ended up in the standings. Well, there we go. Second place for him now at 86 points. He's 10 points better off than Jonathan Milan.
And we still have a lot of stages for the likes of Jonathan Narvaez. So
it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, very much. And imagine that he let go also the intermediate sprint. He didn't contest for the points there. Otherwise, would have been 4 more points for him.
Yep.
And he has a tally of 90.
Jonas Vingegaard. To be honest, he could do without this. He doesn't really want to win the King of the Mountains competition. He doesn't really want to be leading it at the moment, because it just delays his recovery at the end of each stage, doesn't it? But the rules are the rules. He's in the leader's jersey of the King of the Mountains by 1 single point from Diego Sevilla, and so he has to go through the rigmarole of the podium. Good day for Jonas Vingegaard. Could have been a difficult day for him today if the GC race had really lit up.
I don't think so. It looked like quite in control. I mean, he's not the most punchy rider in a way, but when he's good, he's just flying everywhere. And I think like when Jai and attacked at the very end, he just responded that he is pretty much present and in good shape.
Yeah,
once again, I mean, yesterday was a good day already, today even more. So
tomorrow an opportunity to make a move as well.
It's not the hardest stage tomorrow in a sense of general altitude, but the last climb is can present, you know, something interesting. It's 10 kilometers, nothing compared to what they had yesterday, but nonetheless, it's going to be interesting.
I don't think there's any real moves of significance in the King of the Mountains competition today. Sevilla didn't feature at all. We didn't see him trying to get in any of the breakaways today.
I think the only shake, no, nothing. Narvaez
moved up to the top 10.
Yeah,
and that's it.
The biggest shake is in the world class mental. I think it would come from Ciccone dropping out of the general classification. Apart from that, not much. And Narvaez, of course, coming in second place in the Ciclamino.
Yeah, we've yet to see a pure climber really sort of drop out of GC and start to focus on this yet.
Yeah, it might be Ciccone now because still a lot of points available, and possibly today was the target, because if you are attacking in the beginning of the stage, then and later on being dropped by the world peloton, maybe he has his mind something like this, dropping out and focusing on this and maybe a stage victory.
Alfonso Eulalio. With the pink comes white, of course, and continues to hold a lead in the best young riders classification as well.
Still at 24 years old. Soon it will be time for the
Bahrain victorious, losing Santiago Buitrago, of course, on that big crash on stage 2. But they have had a very successful Giro d'Italia already with this extended stay in pink for Alfonso Eulalio, who leads Giulio Pellizzari in the white jersey. A competition by 4 minutes and 28 seconds. Matisse Rondel is in third at 4:56. Market Bellocchi moves up into the top 4 now at 5:31, ahead of Igor Arrieta, his compatriot. Jonas Vingegaard is the king of the mountains, whether he likes it or not. And part of his duties, apart from standing on the podium, is to give us his thoughts at the end of stage 8. So Jonas Vingegaard about to share his thoughts with us.
Jonas, have you raced today as if you were the leader of the Giro d'Italia?
Oh, I don't know if I raced as I was the leader of the Giro. I just raced as we wanted to race, and we wanted to stay safe. And yeah, today was not the day for us to make the difference. So there's enough days coming up.
Have you been surprised that the Maglia Rosa did some attack at the very end?
Well, I mean, no, he's a strong rider, and especially on shorter climbs like this, he's very, very strong. So yeah, he did a good job today, and he gets another day in the pink jersey.
Tomorrow, a longer climb to finish. Do you see yourself riding the time trial in the blue jersey, the pink jersey, or your team jersey?
Oh, that's a good question. I guess we will see by the end of tomorrow. I think the pink jersey will be hard anyway, but yeah, we'll see.
Merci.
Yeah, the answer to that question, quite honestly given by Jonas Vingegaard, is he doesn't know. If he is going to be the leader of the general classification, he will have taken the jersey tomorrow from Afonso Eulalia. I wonder what he feels about today's stage and about the rest of the Giro. He's about to talk.
Afonso, Maglia Rosa, number 4. Are you getting used to it?
Yes. For me, I go at Rome with this maglia, but it's quite impossible, no?
You have attacked towards the end. What was in your mind? Are you a showman?
No, I like to race like this. No, sometimes I cannot do because I don't have my legs, the best legs, no. But these days is my days, no. It's like a classic, but yeah, I don't like so much long climbs, or probably I'm not ready for it. But these days is like my days.
It was like a mountain biker climb.
Exactly, and I know I check all the last case, no, and I know if I start with the speed on the cobbles will be better, and yeah, I just did what I think is better for me.
Tomorrow, longer climbs to finish. How do you rate your chances to ride the time trial with the Maglia Rosa?
Yeah, I think I have good chances, but yeah, tomorrow is I think it's not so hard, but yeah, I will try to survive like yesterday, no?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Afonso Eulalia attacking the GC group and finishing on the coattails of Jonas Vingegaard and Jai Hindley. Great day out for him and another day in pink. One more jersey to hear from, and it's Paul Magnier. Didn't let Jonathan Milan off the hook at all today. The Maglia Ciclamino, though, the interesting thing about this competition is that they might have a new rival to consider in the stages to come. Jonathan Narvaez has got a bit closer and gone ahead of Milan.
What was your main task today to make sure that Jonathan Milan was not going to go in a breakaway again and score points at the intermediate sprint?
Yeah, the goal was or not to let Jonathan Milan go in the breakaway, or maybe try to for myself go on the breakaway, or try to take some points if the breakaway is not gone after 90k. But in the end, yeah, a big group went just before this intermediate sprint, so yeah, in the end it was a easier day, but yeah, I had to make sure Jonathan don't go again on a break.
What did you expect from your Italian teammates who made the breakaway or the counter-attack?
Yeah, actually I did not follow the race because yeah, I was in the back, so I could not hear everything, and I don't know the results, so I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Magnier is in a race all of his own, and it's the race for bunch sprints, of course, 2 to his name already, and a 3rd place in Naples. And tomorrow won't be a day for him. It's a 3-star stage, stage 9. It's the last stage before a rest day. Pretty long, 184 kilometers, heading away from the Adriatic coast, or at least close to it, in Cervia. And as you can see, flat, 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 up, up, up is pretty much the order of the day. The intermediate sprint of the day comes at Marzabotto. But they have a long old slog to get there to Marzabotto, to the intermediate sprint. It comes after 125.2 kilometers already, as they've gone past Bologna and up and over Sasso Marconi. There's the intermediate sprint. After that, getting ever closer to the 2 categorized climbs that mark the end of the race. There's a category 2 climb of Querciola, And then it is the unknown quantity of the Corno alla Scale climb, a 10-kilometer climb for a Category 1 uphill finish. Could be a day for a breakaway tomorrow, could be a day for the GC. We'll have to say it again, and we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. And the only way you'll find out is to join us for live coverage of Stage 9, the last day of racing before the rest day. Today was a restless affair, though, fast and furious. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you all tomorrow, but for now...
It's ciao.